this works.
Just throw it straight to the game, and I'll start talking. And
all right. I hope we are back. Yep, I believe we are live again. All right, sorry about that, chat.
hopefully it'll look a lot better.
Yes.
So for this next match, we have Kaiser versus Eugene. Kaiser is playing Kano, and Eugene is playing Rhinar. Now, chat, do not look away. This match is going to be over quicker than a knife fight in a phone booth. I'll tell you that much. So right now, one thing just to note off the top, we have the Kano player, Kaiser, is running the front line equipment, which I think is actually genius if the Rhinar player is going first, because you are anticipating a lot of intimidation, damage. And it basically just gives you a full fridge to just jam and prevent as much damage as possible. That way you can actually return on the crackback. So very innovative there.
Yep. This is actually a matchup where it is very possible to die on turn 0. And Eugene is going first. Eugene has played probably 1,000 games of Rhinar. So this is Eugene actually tried to explain to me how to play Rhinar. And he was like, so Rhinar is just a bunch of if-then statements. If this, then this. If this, then this. And I tried to... He dealt me a few sample hands, and he's like, all right, Josh, you're going first. You have this equipment. What do you do? And I could not get any of the lines correct with that deck. It is... Turn 0 is actually like the most complicated thing ever for him. Looks like Kaiser's going to respond to the Intimidate here with emptying his hand. Is this what he's doing?
Oh, man. Well, I think he's doing this because he has the frontline equipment, and he can just afford to just jam it here because it's going to lose incremental value the farther the game goes. So, and the Rhinar player also just has one card in hand, which if he ends up pitching, then it comes off of an arsenal. So it's like kind of like a win-win. So this is kind of free damage here.
Yep. And this
on
is
Kaiser's end.
I believe that was a blue Aether Flare. So this is basically take a bunch of damage, Rhinar, or basically it's like, do you really want to arsenal that card?
That looks like a 4 to me. So I think that's actually a red Aether.
Okay.
Aether Flare. And
a Cindering Foresight there as well, I think.
Which would come in for 3, and then the Cindering buffs it by 1.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, the Cindering Foresight allows you to play it, opt 3, and you can also play it as an instant on your opponent's turn, and it buffs the next attack or wizard non-attack by 1. So this will come in for 4, and then anything that follows, like the Emeritus in the Banish Zone, will gain by...
Gonna respond by breaking...
Is that an instant?
Barkbone? Yeah, Barkbone is an instant. So
I did not know that. I did not know.
All right, so he's gonna get 1 resource here. Gonna pitch another Massacre here. Gonna AB 2. Take 2 here. So Aether Flare is pumped up here. So this Emeritus is gonna come in for 2 plus 4, I believe, 6. Yep. All right, and Reinhardt already down to 12 here.
So we got a question from chat. That equipment that Kano is running is frontline, gauntlet, and chess piece. And the reason he does that is going second into Rhinar, he can just jam it here and then present damage on the event that something actually gets intimidated out, which is actually just
it's
really
so genius.
Play, right?
that is really, really, really interesting. And you know what? Kaiser actually had the opportunity to jam the skull cap there too, if he didn't actually deal that much damage to Eugene. So that is a lot of innovation here.
Yep. Kaiser also a member of Team Blue Pitch.
Warmonger's Diplomacy here. probably pretty strong against Rhinar, right? It should be decent.
It minimizes the turns, right? It turns off things like Blood Rush Bellow and Barraging Beatdown.
Mm-hmm.
So, all it does is make the turns more straightforward, like kind of like a swing big or maybe, pulping into something else kind of thing. It just really mitigates the risk is what it's going to do here. And of course, it doesn't affect Kano in any way.
It looks like setting the stream latency to the first setting high actually fixed a lot of it. Because we are now rolling with no drop frames. Thank you, Mansant, if you're there. That was a great suggestion there,
Ethan.
Yeah, we could probably kick up the bit rate a bit, so I'm going to do that. Okay.
Yep. Like I said earlier, this match is we're not here for for a long time. We're here for a good time.
Yeah. This is a match you can play a best of 3.
I think I said that this match was going to be over quicker than a knife fight in a phone booth earlier. So,
and this is how Eugene was able to play 2 skirmishes at the same time. For those of you who don't know who Eugene is, Eugene is the number 2 lifetime experience player on the leaderboard, and he told me about during the COVID lockdowns, he would actually play 2 skirmishes at the same time, and he would be playing Rhinar, like ultra aggro Rhinar, and he could finish one of the games in like 5 minutes, and then go play the other game for 5 minutes. And
somebody's saying the audio needs to be balanced.
The audio needs to be balanced. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm a little loud. Let me turn myself down a bit and turn you up a bit. Okay. Yep. We're gonna get there by round 4. We're gonna have a good stream.
That's it. That's it.
We're working on it. Okay. So back to this game. Kano banishing a Blazing Aether there. And
straight into a Swell Tidings.
Swell Tidings. Here. Excellent card here. And Rhinar is kind of in the danger zone now. I mean, with Stormstrider still active, this could be very, very quick here.
Well, and you don't even need it here, right? Because you're going to get damage in off the Waning Moon, and that also amplifies Blazing Aether. So, I mean, you're going to get Rhinar down to like 2.
Yep.
And just have full tempo. And I don't think Kaiser's going to even activate Stormstriders this game to win, unless he, just wants to get to the restroom quicker.
This is I mean, Kaiser came. So the Hong Kong players know their meta, and they know that Rhinar is a giant portion of the meta game. Kaiser is a very, very smart fellow, so he came in with a deck, equipment, and strategy to deal with Rhinar, and we're seeing him really, really dismantle like one of the best Rhinar players in Hong Kong here. And that, oh my goodness, that is...
And we're done.
And we're already done. Okay.
Woo.
So that was a very, very, very quick game. We could actually talk about the metagame now.
The meta is Waning Moon Kano. That's the meta.
Yeah, that is the meta. All right, let me see if I can. Okay, let's turn on my camera. Okay, let's hope this doesn't break anything. Okay, let's switch to grid mode. Oh, already broke something. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good. Okay,
did it.
We did it. Okay,
we did it.
Sorry, chat. All right, so let's talk about the metagame. Let's talk about that game really quickly, and then let's talk about the metagame. So, traditionally, Rhinar is really, really strong against Kano. The frontline equipment coming in clutch there allowed Kano to safely dump his hand. In the past, that was not possible because if you dumped even a single card, now Rhinar only has to intimidate 3 cards to like get in for a ton of damage, or only has to intimidate 2 cards for barraging beatdown to be online. So the frontline equipment coming in real clutch there. Kano just being strong with the correct equipment there, getting the win there. the amount of chip damage that Kano can deal to a yellow-based deck is quite substantial. We also saw Eugene load up with just AB2, right? With just the skull horn.
It was skull horn. Yep.
Yep. So he had Glad Gauntlet, Barkbone, the Beaten Trackers. Yeah. So he just had AB2 there. Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna see more of Kaiser later. I anticipate he will go quite far.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Let us
also
take...
one last thing about that game. I mean, if you look, the Rhinar player just never really had a turn to just open up and really get a lot of intimidations or a lot of damage forced. We didn't see any Blood Rush Bellows. I don't even think we saw any barrages unless I missed it while we were fixing things. But
yep.
Just Rhinar never really had an opportunity to push any damage or force anything, and that was mainly due to the turn 0 damage, and then also the combination of the Warmongers off of the top. Did not expect that to impact Rhinar as much as it did, but it's actually pretty decent.
Yeah, Warmongers is a pretty good card in Kano, it turns out. All right, let's take a look at the metagame. All right, so this is the metagame for today's Battle Hardened. There are actually 87. It says 86, but there are 87 players. Quite a bit of diversity. I think there are 33 legal heroes at the moment, and we see 18 of them currently.
There's really 33?
Yeah, I believe there's 33 legal heroes.
Holy cow.
Yeah, there's 2 Arachnes, 2 Dories,
oh, okay.
2 Prisms.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
There's Genis and all those others. Okay, so let's talk about this metagame here. So Ira and Rhinar leading the charge here. Ira with the Drone of Brutality unbanning is a very, very strong deck again. Rhinar is a deck that can kind of just has good matchups against Prism. It deals well with fatigue strategies, and it also can one-shot Kano, as we saw. So I'm not too surprised to see those two being the most played decks. We have 9 chains as well, so that's Chain and Kasai, I guess, are considered, at least in the West, to be the best decks. I tend to see more Chain and Kasai in the US than I do Rhinar and Ira.
I don't think Kasai is all that great, right? I mean, she can make a top 8, but I don't think...
I think Kasai has some of the most skirmish points, although that's you can't really count. You have to take that with a grain of salt, but Kasai is... Right. I notice I play a lot of Kasai in like side events in the US. Yeah, I think people just think that I mean, Kasai is basically the modern Ira. If you played Ira back in the day, it's very, very similar to the Kasai playstyle. You're going for value, you're waiting for a key card or two. Yeah. Is there any anything on the metagame that kind of surprises you?
As far as just something that jumps out at me, I was expecting a little bit more Yoji, but I guess a lot of the Ira players are just playing that same kind of strategy on that list anyway. So you could probably combine those two heroes because they're just trying to execute the exact same thing. The Prism, I was kind of expecting a little bit more Prism, to be honest. But it does kind of make sense if you know there's going to be a lot of Rhinar. That matchup can be very scary. So it kind of does make sense. And there's a lot of Wizard in Hong Kong, so I was kind of expecting a little bit more Kano as well.
Yeah. I think there's something that we do need to discuss, though. 5 Vincent. So the previous week, Yuan Jili won the Salt Lake City Battle Hardened on Vincent, a deck that utilized mostly 2-cost, 3-cost Rune Gate attacks, had a few kind of tech cards like Pummel and the one that gives +5 to your rune gate attacks. I forgot the name of it.
Future Stirring. Yep.
Future Stirring, yeah. And then along with classic rune chant generation like Incantation and Read the Runes. And I mean, Vincent ultimately won the event, so I would presume that some of those Vincent players, actually probably a majority of those Vincent players, looked at Yuanji's list, and if we get a Vincent on stream, that'd be pretty cool. See if we can see if the Vincent can hang with the what we consider the top metagame.
Absolutely.
Is there a reason why we see 3 Prism AOT? Like, why would you play Prism AOT instead of Prism?
I think it's due to just the turn 1 rush, where you can kind of, or not necessarily turn 1, but you leverage a lot more. Maybe burst isn't the right terminology, but the Halo equipment in that deck is very can create a lot of tempo out of nowhere, depending on which figment you bring in and which effect you get immediately.
Right.
So that is something to be wary of. That's kind of like the main reason is basically how are you trying to leverage your figments? And you're probably not playing too many in Blitz, but you're probably just playing a few, and do those outweigh the benefit of regular Prism?
Yep.
I think they still use probably Luminaris, if I had to guess. I don't see there any reason why you would run Iris or the Numinaris.
That is super interesting that you bring that up, because in Classic Constructed, Prism can't use Luminaris, but in Blitz, Prism AOT could.
Correct.
And that is actually that actually explains a lot. That's that's very smart. That's actually one of the reasons why you could play Prism AOT, is if you think that for life, you can get more value out of that. There is another thing I wanted to talk about. So, in Classic Constructed, Lexi is the most played deck, and we see only a single copy here. Why is there no Lexi in Blitz?
I think it comes down to the armor suite. I think that if you look at a lot of the heroes, I think most of them do something kind of exceptional off of the turn cycle rotation, like Wizard, Kano, something like that, or Rhinar having the ability to just push a lot of damage out of nowhere, which Rhinar has a lot of armor too, so he kind of does things on both axes, right? But Prism, but Kasai, Rhinar, Chain, Ira, they all have decent armor, and even Vincent has a lot of armor, right? And so I think that's the main reason, is that I think it's too much of a liability to bring just a bow in general, to be honest, into the Blitz format, because there's a lot of defensive decks out there. Like we saw the defensive Iras, the Yojis, even the Shianas, apparently.
Defensive Shiana.
Just leveraging the
just
leveraging those defensive capabilities.
I think that Shiana was actually going to win that match. It's just the clock. The
She
clock
very well could have.
The clock got there. All right. I mean, no drop frames. Everything looking good, actually. I just need to message some people about the new stream link, I guess. All right, let's take a quick break. That match was very, very fast. We will be back with round 3 as soon as it gets paired. All right, be back. All right, guys. I believe we have fixed all the issues from round 1 and 2. We are not dropping frames. We have fixed most of the glare that we can. And yeah, we have a pretty good game here for you guys. We have Rhinar versus Kasai, a fairly classic matchup in the last year or so. I would say both players, if they've been playing quite a bit of Blitz, should be very familiar with how this matchup operates. I guess the only new thing is the Scowling Flesh Bag. This is actually is pretty big. That's one of the new items or new equipment from Dust Till Dawn, and it says when you defend, intimidate. So being able to intimidate on your opponent's turn is extremely disruptive. Very similar to Stalagmite. Giving a frostbite on your opponent's turn is very disruptive. I'm excited to see what the Rhinar player can do with the new Scowling Flesh Bag.
Yeah, I think it's going to play a very key role. Anytime that the Rhinar player gets put in a spot where he's worried he can't afford to play around a D-react, right? He can just jam that, assuming that the Kasai player only has one card in hand. He can prevent that from ever happening because the Kasai player doesn't have the opportunity to play the attack reaction.
Yep.
So,
all right, we have looks like the Rhinar player is going first. Sand Sketch Plan. Did you see what he tutored for?
I did not.
Okay, well, I think it's safe to assume that all 3 of these cards are 6 power, or all 4 of these cards are 6 power. Oh, looks like we still have some glare. And then another...
He discarded a Sand Sketch Plan.
Oh, boy.
So, Arsenal pass.
Arsenal pass. Is what it is. Okay, so generally, as Rhinar, if you do not get any damage on turn 0, that is considered a failure. Over on the Kasai side, we have Glint, 2 Blade Runners, and a Slice and Dice. This hand can be played multiple ways. Most likely going to pitch the Blade Runner for another Blade Runner. Probably save the Glint for a more threatening turn where you're more likely to get reprise.
So, what is the thing that the Rhinar player is really looking out for? Obviously, you have the copper generation, and you have the payoff of blood in our hands, right?
Yep.
But where does the balance have to occur on the Rhinar side of play in actually forcing damage, but also prevent? Is it just blocking when they have the big cards like Spoils of War, and then kind of like letting this damage go through? What do you think?
I think the matchup heavily operates around 2 cards, Spoils of War and Valiant Dynamos. So whenever the Kasai is presenting a Spoils of War turn, the Rhinar basically has to block. And if the Kasai player set up the Spoils of War turn properly, they're going to get a hit in with the attack react. But then we also have the Valiant Dynamos, which basically says if Rhinar plays small ball, the Kasai will outvalue the Rhinar player. But seeing the armor block here already, I don't think that was a good intimidate there. Was he just... I mean, both of the cards were Blade Runner, right? So that intimidate literally didn't do anything. He just saved him some life here.
Yeah, I don't know what the play was there as far as, because you're not really worried about any reaction in that situation because the go again's not relying on the hit or anything in that manner. So maybe he just is trying to deny every bit of copper he can and just try to end the game quickly. Could be the thought process there.
It is easier to stop the first attack than to stop the second attack. The second attack is generally coming in for 5 or 6, and Kasai almost certainly is playing in the swing. So we got a quick look at the Kasai's hand there. I think I saw a hit and run and a sink below. All right, starting the turn off with a barraging beatdown, and looks like it's time to go.
Oh, this is a big one.
It's a Blood Rush Bellow turn here. Discarding Recurromp. The only blue 6-power card you're going to get, Brutes, for a while, I believe. All right, drawing 2 cards here. Looks like we got a Smash Instinct from the Rhinar. And a Slice and Dice.
Savage Feast. Like Savage Feast, maybe?
Yep, we got a Sink Blow and a Slice and Dice in the Kasai's hand. This is a turn where you're probably just going to try to conserve some health here. Seeing a Blood Rush Bellow this early is I mean, it's not really the first one that kills you, it's the second one. And Kasai has a ton of armor here, so she's not really likely to get in range of the second one for quite a few turns. I mean, if Rhinar's going to win this game, it's going to be through chipping Kasai down to like 13 and then having another Blood Rush. So it looks like the Rhinar player contemplating which of the lines to take here.
It's also
because he only has one action
very
point.
Unfortunate. It's also very unfortunate that the Intimidate left the Sink Below in the Kasai player's hand. So it's not that red that doesn't do anything on offense stuck into the hand for the next turn. So
yeah, so because Rhinar couldn't intimidate another card here, this is going to be a double block here probably to turn off the barraging beatdown, I'm guessing. So this is a 5 or 7 to 9, depending on which color of barraging beatdown that is. Probably worth a 2-card block here from Kasai. Although you will be taking a pretty giant chunk of damage here. You can assume a claw into an attack is a very safe follow-up here. There's something to be said, though, for the amount of time it took Manhung to come up with this line. Means there wasn't really a straightforward play here. I played
that's
against
actually a very good.
Yeah, I played against him quite a bit, and he was not a particularly slow or fast player. So him taking a second there to think kind of indicates this might not be the best hand.
That's a very good point, because if it was something as straightforward as, claw into swing big, that would have definitely probably already hit the board.
Yep.
So that just goes to show that there's like a whole nother layer when you play Flesh and Blood, that not only the decision that you make gives information, but how quickly you arrive at that decision and give that information to your opponent is also very impactful, and there's a lot of hidden information within that.
Yes. There's a lot of mind games that go into it. Yep. All right, so the Kasai player has no cards in hand right now, so it is time to push some damage here, probably with a claw into, depending on the pitch situation, a card from hand here.
I think the hand that we're looking at is Smash Instinct, Savage Feast, and then a Skull Crack, I believe, whichever one where it's discarded, it gives you a resource.
Correct.
So it really has an action point problem going on here. Is really the problem.
And is that a 6 that he rolled?
It looks like it.
All right, so 3 extra resources here to work with. That opens up quite a few lines of play here. And he probably can Arsenal here as well, given how well he rolled.
I wonder if the play here is to go ahead and throw Claw to make sure you get as much value as you possibly can, and then kind of gamble on the Scab Skins after you've already secured, your 12 damage or so.
Yep.
Because he doesn't have any go again in the hand. So
yeah, I like that line quite a bit, because the Reinhardt player not getting any damage on turn 0 and basically giving up tempo to Kasai kind of has to take a risk here. Looks like the claw's going to come in for 5 here. Kasai drops down to 15, and let's see, are we going with Scabs to swing twice? I think that is probably the higher EV play here, right?
Yeah, I mean, Savage Feast, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the one where if you discard the 6, you draw a card?
Yes.
So if he can get the 2 action points at least on Scabbies, it's literally a delta of like 8 to 10 value,
Yep.
depending on what you draw and whatnot.
Looks like we're going Goliath Gauntlet, pitching the Smash Instinct to play the Skullcrack. So coming in here for 10 here, +2 from the Gauntlet, +2 from the Blood Rush Bellow. So this would be an excellent time for the Kasai player to jam the armor here. Basically, as soon as they rip your whole hand, to prevent burst, you got to use your fridge. And that's what we see here. 6 block on 10. Going to take 4. Drop down to... Oh, sorry. Dynamo's only block 1, right?
Yep.
Okay, so taking 5 there.
Oh, man, if they block 2.
Oh, boy.
They block 2.
Oh, boy. That would be the best deck in the format. All right. Interesting to note that Kasai's not using Iron Song versus. I think that actually might be better because that creates... Like, you basically never block the first attack. Because it turns Glint on. So, I think having Iron Song versus might be better for Kasai. But it's close.
With that theory, I mean, if nobody ever blocks the first swing, wouldn't you actually extract more value from the bracers? Because if you do the Iron Song up front, you're kind of like giving that information to your opponent beforehand.
That is true.
And whereas the Braidforge bracers, you get to go through your whole first layer of reactions, and then after that resolves, you can actually activate the bracers and get that value.
Yeah, I think it depends based on how many attack reacts they're running that can target the first swing. I know a lot of Kasai's are basically just running in the swing and Iron Song response and maybe blue overpower. It's not uncommon to see them run very, very few. All right, looks like Kasai getting some copper here. Gotta remember that copper trigger.
I really do like the Rhinar strategy where he's really just investing minimal blocks into the first swing to kind of mitigate the copper accumulation.
Yes.
I really do like that strategy. I'm not necessarily on board with the flashback.
Oh boy, here we go.
On the first time.
5 card hand. All right, is that a... it's a clear dice. All right, there we go. Thank you. Two action points. I think he rolled a 5. Okay. All right. This guy, Manhung Fearless here, saying 5 cards, no Gambler's Gloves. I'm going to go for it. And Kasai is in a lot of trouble here. Oh, boy. Okay, there is one good thing here. Kasai has not used the Crown of Providence yet, so they can essentially get 5 cards to block. But if the hand gets ripped apart before she has a chance to use Crown of Providence, this Barraging Beatdown is going to get a ton of value here. And
this is actually so good.
Oh, boy. Yep. Going to draw a card here from the Savage Feast. And
so last card in hand, if I'm not mistaken, was an Alpha Rampage, which, if my math is correct, is not playable in this current moment in time, right?
With only 2 cards, correct. He needs if he had Barkbone, he could take a risk, but I think we're just going to see probably Claw after this, but that's plenty of damage here. 6 or 9 here, you got to give both cards here. There's not much to think about here. The Copper Generation of Kasai is just a little slow here. Kasai really wants to sit against a more, mid-rangey deck. Like Kasai would be very happy to sit across from Ira. Even decks like Chain would be also fine. But Rhinar really sidesteps a lot of the strengths of Kasai, as we're seeing here.
We are seeing the double block to turn off the barraging beatdown. We are seeing that claw that you mentioned previously before. So it's very likely that this is the conclusion of the turn, which
Yep.
is very interesting because that seems like a lot of risk associated with rolling scabs there just for a +3 damage outcome, basically.
Mhm.
So very interesting. I'm not 100% sure about taking on that much risk, but hey, he's the Rhinar player and he probably
Yep.
knows best. But just something to kind of look at for sure.
I think there was also an issue with blocking the sabers. Like he has a lot of attack actions here. It's
Right.
probably slightly more value to just take the chance rather than have all your attack action cards blocked for 2. All right. Looks like we're just going to arsenal that card, and we didn't really use the action point there.
Well, he basically
he used it for the Savage
to get
Feast.
to the mandible claw. Yeah, he used it to get to the claw, basically.
Yep. Savage Feast does not have Go Again by itself, so
correct.
But it does draw you a card, so it is one of the strongest cards in combination with Scab Skins. All right, looks like we have a Precision Press and a Glint on the other side. You are going to pitch the Precision Press and hope that he blocks and get a Glint. And depending on what's in Arsenal.
It seems kind of lackluster, right? Like, unless that Arsenal is something really good, this seems like basically you're just getting Dynamos back online is all you're really accomplishing.
This could be a situation where if that is Blood on Your Hands in Arsenal, you actually just pop it for 2. Obviously that feels really bad, but I mean it kind of depends. If he doesn't block here, Rhinar is most likely gonna kill him next turn. Although he still has a decent amount of armor, like you can't block with Courage of Blade Hold, so it's basically he has 4 armor there. Looks like no blocks. Gonna Glint here. Rhinar gonna drop down to 7 here. And bracers into swing, or no bracers into swing. Okay, indicating that there's a 1-cost pump.
Interesting.
Yep, no bracers, indicating there's something to do with that 1 resource. Looks like no. Not sure why he didn't bracer there. Okay, well, anyways, Kasai moving on here. Resetting Dynamos here up to 4 copper. So now we're cooking with something.
So it seems like the Kasai's main goal here is just to survive, to get blood on her hands. Which,
I think he drew it.
I think it's in the hand now.
Yeah,
I think it's in the hand now. So really just trying to survive here.
Yep.
But I just saw Blood Rush Bellow in Rhinar's hand, so
that's going to be a tall order here.
Much more difficult than said. Yeah.
Yep. And this is kind of what I was talking about a couple minutes ago. Got to chip the Kasai down, wear her armor down, find the second Blood Rush, and then go for the kill here. And looks like we have a Beast Within here. And the Wrecker Romp blue here. So not completely ideal here.
Well, at absolute worst, you can use the Wrecker Romp to double claw, right?
Yep.
And then if your arsenal is anything that doesn't require discard, you can pitch the
correct
Beast Within to play it. But it looked like an Alpha Rampage in Arsenal, right?
Chat's pointing out, you're right, he did bracer. I forgot, Kasai doesn't have to pay for the second swing. This is too much Dory in my life.
Oh, yeah.
Take my warrior card away.
You knowing that.
Oh no, take my warrior credentials away. Alright, this is, oh boy, Alpha Rampage here, going to intimidate the rest of the hand, and coming for 11 here. Oh boy. And that, what a way to end the game there.
That's
way more.
11.
No, it has barraging on it, yeah. If
like
you could
14 or something.
Yeah, if you could combine barraging with Alpha Rampage, you generally get in for their whole life total. And all right,
sure.
Reinhardt moves on 3-0 now. Manhung is one of those players that I was looking out for. So yeah. All right. All right, we will turn this off. Transition. Click this. Go back here. And all right. It's back on our webcams. Okay. I think that was a very, very good example of the strength of Reinhardt in Blitz. He has a lot of things in common with Vincent in that you can use the equipment for a ridiculous turn and then you lose your steam. But Reinhardt has 2 copies of Blood Rush Valor in his deck, and combined with the equipment, generally could get there. And there's a lot of deterministic wins that you could get with Reinhardt as well.
Right.
We kind of saw like the end of the game there was fairly deterministic, although Blood Rush does draw you random cards, so it's not quite set in stone. Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why we see Reinhardt such a large meta share. It's just really, really strong. Scowling Flesh Bag helps a lot. Oh, looks like our cameras are messed up. Oh no.
Yep, and it's shifted the cameras on the
There we go.
other screen.
All right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. We have we are we're trying our best, let's just say that. That's some of the complications of having an event that is 8,000 miles away and having boondocky internet. Anyways, I guess you have any other comments on that game? If not, we'll cut to a break.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, you know, Rhinar did what Rhinar does, right? But I do think it's very interesting. I was really expecting the Rhinar to kind of, because I think the main reason you play Rhinar in Blitz is to kind of counter the Wizards, right, and the Illusionist. But out of the sample sizing that we've seen, it actually performed worse into the Wizard, the Kano match that we saw. That was all of 3.5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's very interesting, and it makes me think, like, what is the counter to Rhinar, right? It's actually
they're really. Let's discuss that because that's a really interesting point. So, what does Reinhardt do well? If you try to drag the game out, you'll lose against him. So that cuts off Fatigue, Ira, Yoji, Ultra Defensive Bravo, any Ultra Defensive Warrior.
Right.
Those are cut off, right?
Mm-hmm.
His deck is full of 6s, so he kind of deals well with Prism, both AOT Prism and OG Prism. We saw Kano get there. We did see Kano get there. So there's a possibility there.
What about Chain?
So Chain, I think, is just a little too slow to get going. Rhinar also has a ton of
counter that, right?
That is true. I think Chain is a decent choice. Dash is also, I'm not sure about Dash, but I think Chain would be okay. What other heroes do we have? Like, we saw Kasai just does not quite cut it against Rhinar.
Right. Well, the other big ones were Vincent, Dash. We talked about that one. Yeah, Kano. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much all the field. And I don't think Vincent seems like a very bad matchup into Rhinar because it's very difficult to find a Vincent hand every single time that does something. So anytime if you just intimidate the one singular right card, whether it be, you know, the extra blue she has, then it's just a complete dead card, right? 90% of the time. So literally you could make the argument that certain intimidates can literally be just as effective as discards against Vincent.
Yep.
because it's very hard for her to utilize those cards in an effective manner.
Yep. Yeah, I do think Rhinar is excellently positioned. The only deck that I could see that might have a chance is that Kano deck that we saw briefly with Kaiser. So,
And but yeah.
All right. Okay, we are going to take a little bit of a break. We're gonna get some water,
Absolutely.
get some snacks and all that. We will be back with round 4 as soon as we can. This has been a Blitz tournament. It's going by pretty fast. We're already on round 4. All right.
Yep.
We will be back. All right, guys, welcome to round number 4. We got an excellent game for you guys here. Two of my favorite players in the world facing off here. We got Bun, 2021 Hong Kong national champion, against everybody's favorite dice rolling Rhinar player, Dennis. And they're both 3-0. This is going to be a good game.
Yeah, we were talking about it just before we went on break, right? Like, what was the counter to Rhinar? And I guess we'll see.
Yep.
And Bun is a super experienced chain player. Like Josh mentioned, he won. It's probably one of the best games of Flesh and Blood you'll ever see. It was the Chain versus Oldham 2021 Hong Kong Nationals finals. It is on the main Flesh and Blood YouTube channel, and just a phenomenal match. And it's one of the matches where I learned how to, count down to the deck, so you know exactly like what you pitch, whether it'll be banished, whether you draw it based off of like how many Art of Wars you have left, and all those kinds of things. So Bun is super experienced here. So if Chain is the counter to Rhinar, I'm pretty sure we'll get a good example here on whether it is or isn't.
Yeah. And for those of you who don't know who Dennis is, this guy is one of the funniest guys I've ever met in my life. We got to hang out with him a lot in San Jose at Worlds, and he is just the nicest guy and one of the funniest guys I've ever met. And he loves gambling, and he loves playing Rhinar, he loves playing KO, and he just has the greatest reactions when he wears his heart on his sleeve. Like when he rolls and he gets a 1, he's like, ah! You can like hear him across the convention hall. It's like, oh, Dennis rolled a 1.
Yeah. At Worlds, did he not bring like a little dice cup where he shook it, slapped it on the table, and picks it up and goes, ah!
Yep. Yeah, in Hong Kong they like to play dice games, and it normally involves a cup, and you could play like a version of poker with dice, using a cup. But yeah, so these are two very experienced players. They have been playing now for years. Like when I was still in Hong Kong in 2021, this was my armory competition. These were the guys that had to play every single night, basically. So I think they're both above 3,000 experience points. They have a ton of experience with the respective heroes. They're both 3-0 right now. This is, I am looking forward to this match. This is going to be one of the good ones here.
Absolutely.
One person is louder than the other one. That is probably me. I will turn myself down a little bit and turn you up a little bit, Nathan. I think I'm talking quite close to my mic. Yep. I'll move the mic a little bit away. Okay. Better now? Okay. Talk me through the equipment here.
Okay, so we have the best fridge in the game. On Chain side, we have the husk, which comes in for a value of 6. Then we have the grasp and the creepers eventually. Don't forget there is the high value play with creepers. Using the tome on defense. You block with the creepers and then block on attack, and then in response you can activate tome from arsenal, gain some life. Not sure if that's a real like blitz strategy or not, but it is on the table. On the Rhinar side, we have Skullhorn, which, if I'm not mistaken, the main purpose of that in this matchup is not so much for the AB, but more like the last intimidate, right?
It's for the turn 0 intimidate. If Chain is going first, I'm going to be quite surprised, because I think the headpiece depends on whether you're going first or second, but I mean, different Rhinar players can approach this differently. I believe Eugene told me that Skullhorn is for when you're playing against a wizard, or when you are going first and you want to burst a bunch of damage on turn 0. But it looks like Chain is going first.
Yeah, Bun did win the die roll and elected to go first, which makes sense. You get the shackles rolling, you don't take a bunch of damage from Rhinar.
Yep.
But also, one way that you know Dennis is a real gamer, look at that arm piece. Look at that arm. He's rolling skull crushers because he knows he's not rolling a 1.
Yep.
He's already decided.
He's like, I'm a real gambler does not need gambler's gloves.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. All right, we have Soul Reaping here. Not going to do much against Rhinar here. But... Oh, wow. Reckless Swing on turn 0.
That's free value. We take it.
That is good value there. All right, taking 2 here.
But also it's really good from Bun's side, right? He gets to load up that Blood Dent. He will take a damage at the end of the turn, assuming he does not play it. But he effectively is setting himself up to a situation where he can literally play with a 6-card hand the first.
Yeah, that's a Unhallowed Rites in the Banished Zone. And that's just going to sit there. All right, do we think Bun is... He has 2 cards here. Do we think we're just going to see a Rune Chant created here or Rosetta? Looks like Rune Chant
I think
pass.
that makes the most sense. And then you just pass turn to make sure that the damage will leak on the following turn.
Yep. All right, Dennis drawing up here.
It doesn't look like the most exciting hand on Rhinar's end, though. It really doesn't.
Nope. That is a pretty regular hand here. Could be fixed with Scab Skins, possibly, though. And Dennis agrees. And here's his...
Oh, there's the cup.
There's the cup, boys. All right, here we go. And then he's going to open it. Oh, boy.
I didn't even get a chance to see.
I don't even know what he rolled. Is he passing the Arsenal here? Oh, man.
Oh, surely not.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
He probably, since he's not indicating action points, he probably got a 2 or a 3.
Yep.
If I had to guess. Which is super unfortunate here, because you're really only in a position to present like 6 damage and then pass turn, unfortunately.
All right, looks like we have a pack hunt, I think. A lot of these Reinhardt cards look the same to me.
They really do.
All right, pitching bunch here. Getting an Intimidate. And so we're seeing a Carrot Husk use on turn 1. Bun, I think, has... it's just afraid of not getting enough value from oh, boy.
Oh. Now, he does have a non-attack in the graveyard with the Barraging Beatdown, so that invert is live. It is something that has to be considered, which, now that I think about it, that could be a valid reason for Skullhorn, is it keeps you out of that invert lock at the end of the game. So we do have a lot of non-attacks in Bun's hand. We got a Minnowism, a Revel in Runeblood, a Captain's Call. I can't make out the 4th card, but we got a lot of non-attacks. And he obviously has an attack in Banished Zone, so we should have a fairly productive turn here.
The Chain and Blitz gets to play all the goodies that were banned in Classic Constructed. Plunder Run, Belittle, soon to be Rosetta Thorn. So if Chain Arsenal did attack here, he's in pretty good position. He can play out 2 attacks here and kind of maybe creepers in something for a Rosetta Thorn. If he only has the Unhallowed Rites as his attack for turn, it could be a little rough here.
Yeah,
like
him not picking Go again. Yeah, him not picking Go again on the Captain's Call because he's about to shackle is actually an indication that he's actually a little too heavy on non-attacks right now.
Yep.
So we're probably okay. So that makes sense.
Okay.
And then
Okay, so we have a Bounding coming in for 5, and then gonna follow up with the Unhallowed most likely.
Should just be make a rune
Or-
chant with the blue minnowism and then play Revel and then Rosetta.
Oh, he has
Or
Revel
he
in
could play
hand?
the invert and he has
Ah,
Revel in hand, yeah.
okay,
So
never
it's
mind.
either make a rune chant or play the invert. Choice is his.
Yep. And looks like he's gonna
Oh,
creepers
we're going
in.
deeper than that.
Yeah, I think Bun is realizing like, all right, you're jamming your armor, I'm jamming my armor. This game's not gonna go very long here.
Right.
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
double
the
boy.
double Revel.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh,
He must have learned that from Shing.
Not
All right,
like
so
this.
that's a ton of rune chants here. That's what, 8 rune chants? Yep.
Yep, it'll be 8, 4, and he's carrying over an action point because of the creepers interaction. So, and then we got another 2 and 2 following. So this is a good 16-point swing just right here.
Yep.
So this will get most of the hand, more than likely.
Yep. I believe Dennis won't die here if he wants to keep his hand. But he's getting close.
Well, yeah, I mean the problem is like the invert's still sitting there, right? So
Yep.
you have to, if
cannot
you
drop
do
to
anything
2
on your
here.
turn,
Yes.
right? You have to be very cognizant of course, you could always just kind of as a counter, you could hold the Bartbone strapping as just like kind of like dangle it over the chain's head, kind of like, oh, I'm just waiting for you to activate invert for me to pop my strapping. The problem is you got to roll really high to get 2 resources to completely counter it, but it is an effective line.
Yep. Alpha Rampage plus Scab Skins jumping in front of this attack. And Bun is just gonna say, sure, I got a lot of armor, got some cards out of your hand. And pass the turnover, drawing 4 here. Bun's heavily relying on his next 2 banishes for some gas.
Here we go. Dennis rolling the die.
Oh
Well,
boy.
he's only got 2 cards in hand.
Pack. All right.
I love
Here we go.
Little box. Slap it down. Open it up.
It's a 4. There we go.
Dennis is a gamer, chat. I guarantee it. He's never gonna miss.
Yep. If you guys watched the Battle Hardened from last year, you might remember Dennis. He got pretty far in that tournament. All right. Savage Feast here.
Discarding a swing big, so that's valid for the draw.
Yep. Chain getting intimidated here, I don't think really matters. I don't think the chain was intending on blocking much. But it could mess up the, like, if he wants to use his Crown of Providence, he has less choices now, so it's not entirely.
The intimidation could just be like, there's a lot of points where chain just has like a kind of like a dead card.
Yeah.
And a lot of his stuff blocks for 3, so it's very easy to extract value from said cards. So if he intimidates the right one, it can be impactful, but it's very difficult to do so.
Yep. All right, we got another dice being rolled here. Is this the Barkbone? It is, right?
Skull Crushers.
Oh, Skull Crusher.
Or it's Barkbone, yep.
Barkbone.
Yep. It's
Oh.
And so now 5, so we got 2 resources. Let's go.
And the Skull Crushers are online, right? Skull Crushers is 5 and 6, I believe.
Yes.
So that's +1 to brute attacks. And that is a brute attack reaction. Oh my goodness. That is kind of cool. All right. Got a Beast Within in hand. He would much prefer to discard that card, but could just use that for the Claw here.
Well, you could still fit it into a Claw and then into a Swing Big that is on the table. I wonder if he was trying to set up a situation where you can't really ever play both, even if you roll a 6 on the. Is there any interaction with the Skullhorn here that might could get him? To discard the Beast Within and kind of draw another, or put another card in hand.
Yeah,
maybe.
I'm trying to think if there's a way for him to do that. And I think we're kind of realizing why Dennis is running Skullhorn here. It just gives that offensive power and opens up so many lines here.
So just for the
and
the
he's
chat,
going for
the
it.
action. Yeah.
Gonna
So
draw
what
and
Skullhorn
discard.
does is it's an action. You just draw and you discard a random card. So if he hits the beast within here, which is a 1/3 probability, then he
Shane's in
literally
a
gets
lot
to
of trouble.
replace the card.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh man.
And he hits it. I
and
told you, chat. Dennis is a gamer.
Dennis is the greatest gamer. He is. It's not called luck. That's just skill there from Dennis.
He is taking 3 here or 4.
And he gets. All right, he took quite a few damage there, but he's gonna get an Alpha Rampage for his troubles. And
trigger another Intimidate.
Yep, and trigger another Intimidate. Yep. So this could be. So with 3 resources floating, he can. Looks like there might be a judge call here or something. I'm not sure.
I think they're just trying to determine how much life he loses on the Beast Within.
Yeah, should be. You always lose at least 1. So if he's flipped 4 cards, he should lose 4.
Yeah, you just it's however many you flip, you lose that much.
Yep. And these guys are good friends, so I don't think this is any like.
Yeah.
Oh, you forgot this to declare this trigger or anything like that. I think they're just. Trying to figure out some mechanics here.
Yep. It could also be like priority windows, possibly. Like maybe he's trying to fit in an invert or something and wants to make sure he doesn't have the resources or something of that manner, or have access to that card. I doubt that's the case because he's sitting on 3 resources right now. But just there's a lot of nuances in the game, and lot to account for.
Oh. Wait, he didn't. Oh. Okay, so in response, he played Invert Existence there. So he didn't take the. Oh boy! Wow.
Yeah, he took 4 from the Beast Within,
Yep.
which dropped him to 2, and then Bun said, "Okay, because each card that's flipped should, I would theoretically believe, is a trigger."
Yep.
Right, and so he's just responding, kind of like how Prism used to be able to respond to shackles. As they came out, and then ALS during the very last one, or the one before the last one.
Yep.
He's kind of doing the same thing with Invert Existence, and because Skullhorn's not there anymore, Rhinar doesn't have access to any more AB, and then so unfortunately just dropped too low.
I mean, you don't expect to lose 4 health there as Rhinar, but Bun, seeing his opportunity there, took it there. Well, the legend of Dennis will live on, I guess. even though he flipped 4 there. All right, let's do some. Let's go back to our cameras here. Let's see. So turn this off. Transition. Webcams. Grid. All right, it's back on us. Okay, well, Chain can compete with Rhinar, it looks like. Turns out when you have a giant ass fridge, that goes a long way.
Absolutely.
Yep.
A little bit of bad luck on the end there for the Beast Within, but I think during one of the more recent Battle Hardens, I believe there was somebody that took like a whole bunch of damage on a Beast Within, something very similar. So Beast Within is such a strong card, but at the same time, if your deck is not constructed in a very particular manner, it can be extremely risky and take a lot more damage. Because I think Dennis's deck was built a little bit more toward like high roll potential, because we saw like the tear limb from limb and stuff like that, which are just not good Beast Within targets and things like that. So he's really relying on the high roll there and kind of got the bad end of it, and that happens.
Yeah, I I'm very curious if Dennis popped Skullhorn, discarded Beast Within, and immediately got that Alpha Rampage. I believe, based on the cards in hand, Bun might have been dead there. Because we were coming in for a Claw and then probably Alpha Rampage, so, depending on depending on the pitch situation there.
Right.
A game could have gone either way. They're both really good players. Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of them in the top 8, actually. All right, we are more than halfway done with the tournament now, or at least the Swiss rounds. So I think let's because I think some people just joined us. Let's quickly talk about the meta again, because
all
right. So I pulled up the meta game data for you guys. So like we talked about earlier, there are kind of 3 groups of heroes. We have the very aggressive, bursty heroes that are very reliant on their equipment. So Vincent, Rhinar, I guess Chain to some degree.
Yep.
And then we have more mid-rangey heroes that are waiting for like 1 or 2 cards in particular. We have heroes like Kasai, Kano, Dorinthia to some degree. And then we have the more controlling slow decks, which most of the IRAs are more slow because of the Drone of Brutality. We have some Yoji, we have some Bravos. So, yeah. That's kind of the metagame overview in Blitz. Something we haven't talked about is... So I know you don't really like Blitz, but I was born in the depths of Blitz in Hong Kong. And this is, I think Blitz teaches you how to maneuver mid to late game scenarios very well. This is something that I think if you don't play in, because classic constructed games take 50 minutes. By the time you get to late game, how many late games can you practice? Not too many, right? And sometimes the game's already decided by the time you get to late game. But in Blitz, you're basically guaranteed to have late game scenarios every single game. And this really teaches you to think ahead. And yeah, I really like I really do love Blitz because it teaches you how to use your equipment in concert with key cards. And you know, the first 20 health of a classic constructed game is often just a formality. It's like, all right, we're both aggro, you smack me, I smack you, and eventually we're gonna get to late game, somebody's gonna have to block, and then the real game begins, right?
Right.
There's always I feel like there's less, I know this might be controversial, but I think there's less non-games in a good Blitz format than in classic constructed. There's just so much hero diversity, and
sure,
yeah, I think it's a breath of fresh air. Let's just put it that way. But for those of you who are more interested in classic constructed, there will be a PTI event tomorrow that I think will be. I'm looking forward to that because the Hong Kong region can produce some world-class players, and it's always a treat to see them play.
Absolutely. And like, I know earlier you mentioned that I'm not a big fan of Blitz, which is kind of true. But it's more so, I do enjoy it because it's still flesh and blood. But at the same time, there are fewer hands, right? Which means each hand is, that much more impactful just on a statistical basis, right? And that can incorporate a higher level of variance. It's not astronomically high, but it is just higher because you're seeing less hands. And yeah, maybe the fact that a lot of the competitive events do not revolve around Blitz is probably where like my mind is like, there's no reason to really spend a whole lot of time on this because the payoff just isn't there, right?
Yep.
And with Blitz not being in this world, but was being in that one, it's kind of like pushing that even more. So maybe if there was more structure around it or more events, then maybe I'd be a lot more gung ho about playing a lot more of it for sure.
We've seen though that in Classic Constructed as well as in Blitz that the good players. Some people say that Blitz has more variance, but good players win Blitz games. Good players win draft games. Good players win CC games.
Right.
And it's, you know, there's a reason why Bun is 4-0 right now. Like, we had our draft camp and he was 11-1 at our draft camp. I mean, he's just really good at the game, and it doesn't matter what format you put him in. He's gonna excel. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. I think this might be a good opportunity to take some questions from chat. I see you over there, chat. So if you have any questions for Nathan or I, let us have them. And we will be happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Got your coffee. Show him the mug, Nathan.
Oh man, this thing's monster. It's like the size, like, oh man. This is my second one of these too.
That is a pretty big cup. Yeah. I have a thermos here. It's filled with tea though, but yes.
I'm ready to go. I need to grab my Briar mug and show that one. It's actually got
show them the Briar mug. Go get the Briar mug. Show the people. How many coffees will you drink by the end of this event? Oh boy. Well, this is the Blitz event. It's going to end sooner than the CC event tomorrow. This is basically the warm-up. This is basically the warm-up for tomorrow. Yep.
And it's actually very it's very fitting because Dennis just got off stream.
Yeah.
So this is my Briar mug, right? And it's like just as big, right? But if you flip it around, so we went and got we went and ate dinner with Dennis and
in San Jose.
He was like, he paused and looked at everybody and he goes, "Milkshakes, go again." And we were like, yeah. So on the mug I have it where it says "Go again, Dennis." Like,
we got a milkshake and he's like, "You guys want to go again?" And
go again?
We're like, "No, I already got it a large. We can't do it."
Yeah, it's super great, guys. Super great, guys.
Yep. All right, let's see. What other questions we got? What is the meta like in Hong Kong? We talked a little bit about the meta, but Rhinar, Ira, strong Kanos, a little bit of Prism, Kasai, Dash, and Chain make up the majority of the metagame over there. How bad of a pick is Azuri for Nats?
Ooh, I got thoughts on this one. All
right.
You want it first or you want me?
My thoughts are going to be very surface level here. They're mainly, you really want to give up your Dromai matchup? Okay. But Azuri is quite good against Lexi and arguably good against, the field in general. It's just they have one matchup that sticks out. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that the general consensus to most of the community right now is that you're either agreeing that Lexi is the best deck in the format, or you are agreeing to the majority of people are saying that it is, which is effectively the same thing.
Yep.
And because whether something is actually the best or whether it's perceived the best yields the exact same result, right? It just renders a whole bunch of people bringing that deck to Nats, right? And so I think the EV could be there to actually bring Azuri and just give up your Dromai matchup, and then as long as you can like at least scrap a little bit with Icelander, you're obviously not going to get it favored by any means, but at least like have a dog in the fight or something, but like you just beat up on Lexi, right? And I think that's a extremely valid strategy currently. Codex
Yeah.
is a card, and you're one of the best ones to use it. So
That is true. So TLDR, Azuri, you gotta pray to the gem gods and dodge Dromai, but could be worth it.
yeah.
All right. Next question. Is there any interesting player storylines you're aware of in the CC events? Any weird meta stuff? So the CC event for Hong Kong is tomorrow. But and I'm not actually sure what their metagame is going to be like. So the thing about Hong Kong is that Hong Kong is very, very densely packed, but it's also completely isolated, right? Surrounded by water on 3 sides, mainland China on the 4th side. So it's not like in the US, like sometimes you drive west, sometimes you drive north, right? Sometimes you drive east, and then the metagame changes, right? In Hong Kong, you see the same people, so that sometimes it develops like a kind of a bubbly metagame, but there's enough players that I don't think that's quite the case.
Right.
Will Dash win a Battle Hardened? Blitz Battle Hardened could happen. I know. If I had to guess, one of the Dashes playing today is Kelvin Law.
Kelvin? Yeah.
Kelvin. If anybody could take a Dash far, it'll be Kelvin. Just play Kano at Nats. I could play Kano and Blitz, but I cannot play Kano and CC. Kano and Blitz is fairly straightforward, actually. All right. What is the most cracked baubles that someone has won a draft pod with? I've won a draft
Hong
pod
Kong
with
stream that we did.
Yeah.
There was
that
somebody that had like. There was like what 5 people that drafted Briar, I think, at the 2021 Hong Kong Nats that we commentated. I swear each deck had like 6 or 7 at least.
I remember like people drawing hands of 2 of them. So I don't know if any of them won the pod. I highly doubt it. But I've won a pod with 1 bauble, but that was Phi, and Phi is good.
Yeah.
That
just swings sword, you know?
Yeah. Like your big Dorinthia card there. Thank you. I bet you also like the big Briar card too. Yep.
Yeah.
These are the cards. These are the OG cards from the Channel Fireball events. So, and I don't think Channel Fireball is running any more events. These things are gonna your Briar and my Dory. I also have a Bolton, a Prism, and a Chain back there. There's actually 4 cards back there. Those are pretty rare. Michael, my brother, if you're watching, you need to pick up your Prism big card. Let's see here. Where's the Vincent? So we talked a little bit about why we think Vincent might have a very tough time into Rhinar. You want to quickly summarize that, Nathan? Why you thought? Vincent
we know that there's a lot of Rhinars in the HK region, right? And then Vincent, an Intimidate can equally be of equal value as a discard effect, because it's very difficult for Vincent to utilize every single card in her hand, every single hand, right? So if you Intimidate the wrong card, it's very, very difficult for the Vincent to actually extract value from said card. So it's just very bad matchup. And at the same time, you have a lot of the fatigue in Ira, and there's just a lot of. It's a very hostile meta right now for Vincent. I know in Battle Hardened, Salt Lake City, there was not a lot of fatigue going around. So that is a situation where Vincent can thrive a lot more. But anybody that's got life gain to push back against your building up of rune chance can really push back on that strategy.
All right. Nathan, how bad of a pick is Dory for Nats, and why will Josh play it anyways? Oh man,
this person's the goat for asking that.
It's the Taco Man himself.
That's it. All right. So Dory's not a terrible pick. Is it the best one? Of course not. But it's a decent Lexi matchup. Nothing fantastic. I don't You're probably slightly unfavored. You're the one thing going for Dorinthia is a lot of the rune blades are being pushed out, which historically has been some of Dory's like really bad matchups, right? Because she can't really handle the burst from Viserai or
The
the
blocking value
Briar
from
just
Briar.
being able to block.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you throw down 2 cards and block 8, Dory's like, you know, it's rough. So I think that being pushed out does create an environment where she at least has game. Like it's worthy of a conversation. And why is Josh going to play it? Well,
Because
because she's
Bolton's not
better than
viable.
Bolton. As simple as that.
Give me a third warrior, and we'll have a much less uncertainty. All right, let's see. When will you register a new hero, Josh? So, I know a lot of you know me for my Dory and my Bolton, but I do play Ninja and I do play Dash on the side. I could play Katsu, Fi, and Dash somewhat well. I actually started the game on Ninja, actually. And then I got my ass kicked so many times by Dory. I was like, all right, Dory's one of those knowledge heroes. I'm going to have to go figure out Dory, and then I could come back to my Ira. And I never came back to my Ira. So that's the story there. Nathan, did your Icelander game pique your interest in learning some more Ice Wizard? Do you enjoy playing Icelander? Does it bring you joy?
Well, that's actually a difficult one to answer because if anybody that saw that game or will see that game, I did not play the best way possible. I just don't have a lot of reps on it, and there was a decent number of mistakes starting from turn 0, and just things could have went better. What I will say is it's by a large margin. I went back and reviewed the game and was like, oh man, I didn't take value from Tunic here. I should have pushed damage because it equals disruption in the same manner because you're pushing life to a weird threshold for Striders. Like, I learned more from that one game than I have from any game I've played in the past year of Flesh and Blood. So, do I enjoy playing Icelander? Hell no. Not even close. Do I enjoy learning more about the game and becoming a better player? Absolutely. So I will play some more games because it'll make me a better player.
And part of the recipe for becoming a better player was playing against one of the best players in the world.
Absolutely.
Um,
Absolutely.
Strong practice partners make for strong players.
Absolutely.
We say sharp steel sharpens steel, right? Okay, let's see. Yeah, the Big Briar card is badass too. He got his framed. I still haven't gotten around to doing that. Because I have 4 of them. And it's like, well, if I frame one of them, I gotta frame all 4 of them, and then that's like $500.
Gotta get you the mug too.
Yeah, I gotta get my a mug. Let's see. How much more does Bolton need to be good? Alright. So the issue with Bolton is that
it just needs a new hero card, right?
The combo deck the combo deck exists. That is actually the main issue. LSS has said that they had to be very careful with printing Bolton cards in Dust Till Dawn because you print something too good and you're gonna see combo Bolton all over the place.
Lumina.
Yep.
You have to ban Lumina basically.
So because they have to kind of hold back on that, that just makes all the Bolton cards kind of average. Are there decent Bolton decks that can hang? If there's a little bit of a skill gap, I think so. But as soon as you start playing, 1650 against 1650, like you run into a lot of problems. All right. Can we get a War Dam? What is that?
Oh goodness, that's
What is
That's just
a
a
war dam?
lousy Auburn fan. That's just
Oh
a
man.
lousy Auburn fan. So, for those of you who don't know what's happening down here in Alabama, right? Well, we have nothing going down here in Alabama. So, basically, the whole state decides like college football is like the
How
most
we
important thing in life because we don't have an NFL team. So,
right.
we just say that college football is way more important, right? And there's two schools that just hate each other. You have
Yeah.
Auburn and Alabama, and
Yeah.
I went to Alabama, so
And I actually
I
live
get you a roll
like
tide though.
I like literally live like right between Auburn and Tuscaloosa, so it's like I don't know who to be a fan of.
Right.
Uh
Right.
anyways, iron sharpens iron.
Correct answer is
indeed.
roll tide. Roll tide.
We have a lot of teammates that love Georgia, so
Yeah,
but they're not here.
All
so
the other card guys are in Georgia. Yep. All the other card guys are headquartered in Georgia. So
why did Josh have to CNC double pummel me last Nats?
oh, what'd you do to him?
Did I double? I don't think I double pummel. That I don't know. I don't remember
That's
double
just
pummeling
rude.
anyway. I put one pummel in my deck. I don't know if I put two.
Oh, the blue pummel. Yeah.
Yeah, blue pummel. Yeah. Whoa, the Briar Mug. Yeah, the Briar Mug is quite nice. Would you prefer they ban Luminous so they could start developing Bolton in other ways?
That's kind of what we just got at, was like they had to tailor back to really not, they couldn't push the rest of the content or the deck without.
Have we ever had a
making Luminous too good.
specialization ban though? That feels so core to a hero.
No, but Autumn's Touch been banned.
Not the same thing.
The old Autumn's Touch, you know. That'll solve all our problems. Just take a 3-block out.
Yeah, looks like our webcams are getting messed up. Let's see here. Let's transition here. All right. So let's see. All right. What do we have as our next game? Looks like they're just setting up. All right.
Well, that was an entertaining little segment. We learned a lot.
Yeah. All right. Well, always nice chatting with you, chat. All right.
Yeah, and thanks for bearing with us. I know the first couple matches it was a rocky start. We had to fix the latency. Shout out to Man-San himself, Ethan. Thanks for getting us.
Yep.
You know, his solution, literally, we went from dropping a bunch of frames to not dropping a single frame in like an hour and a half just by changing one setting, which is why we had to restart the stream. So shout out to him. Thanks for helping us out there. I really do appreciate it. And I see in the camera,
I see an Ira.
Shing.
I see an Ira and I see a Shing. Yep. Oh boy, we probably got a Viscerai versus Ira match here for you guys, if I had to guess.
Well, it can't be Viscerai because that.
Oh right,
be...
no, yeah, you're right. Can't be Viscerai.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be a.
That is a chain though. It's next best thing.
That would be a cheaty McCheater there. All right, so we got an Ira. And a chain. All right, so I have to change all these things. Let's see here. Why don't you talk about this matchup while I get all the graphics set up?
Absolutely. So on the surface, we don't know what the IRA is trying to accomplish. I can say with about 70% certainty that they'll be on a kind of like a slower. We just lost the video, but I'll keep talking anyway.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
What I can say with like 70% certainty almost that the IRA will be on a much slower game plan. We're talking drones of brutality. We're talking a whole bunch of flick flacks, a little bit of life gain. We got, anything from. Sorry, we're fixing the screen right now. The camera just cut off, which is why you're getting a whole screen of my dome, basically. But like I said, I'm gonna roll with it. So
they're
IRA is
looking at the
basically
meta, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So meta. So, um, yeah. So like, Ira is just trying to make good, efficient plays using her hero ability every single turn. So Kadachi, a one cost, or Kadachi drone is very efficient, right? It's a 2-card 8 that gives you a break point on the attack. So there's just a lot of ways that Ira can eke out a lot of value. And the idea is, since you have one of the most consistent hero abilities in the game, because you can always get value from it, the deck strategy is to prolong the game as long as you possibly can to get the maximum amount of value from that hero ability. Because theoretically, if you have 4 offensive turns, you get 4 value from Ira, whereas if there's 9 turn cycles, you get 9 value from the Ira ability.
Okay, we are live in game now. So, like we said, we have Xing playing Chain against Wu Zilong playing Ira. Just seeing the Ira's loadout here, this is probably a defensive style Ira.
I don't know. I saw 100 wins.
That is true. That is
100 wins.
That is a 2 block there. All right, so I mean, Tiger Stripe Shuko here, that could indicate a lot of different things actually. I mean it's just
extra the highest
armor.
Block value, right?
Yeah, yep. It is the highest block value. So it might just be better than breaking scales, which is what most Iras used to use. All right, so Ira's hero ability, one of the easiest, but one of the most effective.
Xing was holding his chest because it pained him to block with his red plunder run.
Yep,
I could see it. I could see it.
Chain players don't like blocking with their plunder run. And a little and a minnowism there. All the good banned cards go into the graveyard there.
All right, we saw a sigil and a drone, so I revoke everything I said about the 100 wins.
Yep. I mean, just seeing the tide flippers, right? Like tide flippers tells us, like, you don't want to E-strike snaps into Command and Conquer. You're not interested in that. And Xing playing quite quickly, knowing that this is going to be one of the long matchups. So, you know, strap in, guys. We're going to be here for a while here.
Now, I will say the interesting part is, in what way can Ira actually extract full value from pitching a blue, right? Because there's only AB1 on the table. And most of the time, Chain's not really producing a lot of arcane. Sometimes he will make a rune chant off grasp, but more often than not, you know, just don't have a lot of rune chants other than Revel, I guess.
I think it's literally to counter the 2 Revels. I mean, the Revels might be thrown into the banish zone by the shackles, but you know, if it pans out like the last game where Bun got to play 2 Revels, like, I mean, in general, if you can play 2 Revels as Chain, your chance of winning is like probably above 60%.
Right. And everything on the Chain side, as far as equipment goes, is very standard, right? You have the Aether Iron Weave because you're expecting the game to go long, so you're just trying to get that 1 block value, which he will gladly throw in front of the second Kadachi or the first Kadachi. You can't really do that against Ira because the Kadachi comes in for 2 if they throw the second one. But he can at least delay the mash trigger long if the Ira player blocks or pitches a blue and throws a Kadachi and only has access to 1 more card, you know they can't produce a 4th chain link. So giving the armor on the first Kadachi is effectively the same thing as the second one.
Yeah.
So in that situation, you can get it.
Yep, especially without Snapdragon Scalers, the threat of a 4th chain link is basically 0. It's actually possible that this Ira deck's not even running Razor Reflex, so like the threat level of Mask of Momentum is greatly diminished here. Xing is going to be well aware of that. And we have a drone getting blocked there. And it looks like
taking 4 off the rip.
Looks like he wants to keep a card here, which is interesting.
Well, one is a sigil. One's a sigil, so that makes sense.
Right. And he has a sigil in hand. Okay, that's going to go into Arsenal then. All right, exude confidence here. Just vanilla 4. We might see the crown block here if his hand is not perfect. Looks like just going to throw a Bounding Demigod, take 1 here. So of note, Shing does not have Carrion Husk. Obviously, I'm pretty sure because the event is not, hundreds and hundreds of players. They probably were sitting somewhere near each other in round 4. You can kind of look around and you're like, all right, the Ira's kind of defensive. I don't need my Husk. Aether Ironweave gets a lot more burst damage here. And that's how the chain's going to have to get this done, is burst damage here. One of the greatest cards, though, against burst damage is Flick Flack. And that's a card we're going to have to watch out for.
Absolutely, that's a great point. And then we do see the block with the Nourishing, which obviously is not going to produce any real value because we already have a bunch of attacks in that graveyard.
Yep. Nourishing is just for turn 0 and probably tech against Prism if I had to guess. Although Iris should be fairly strong against Prism already. This Ira player
actually
is
really
taking
good that the
ton of
swarming
damage here.
Yeah. Really good that the Swarming came in for 4 there because he produced the Rune Chant and the Shackle, which is 2 auras, which gives you that extra damage there for the breakpoint.
Yep.
Very efficient play.
And these guys
there
are
goes a
playing
grass block
very,
all day.
very yeah. Yep, this is probably a grass block, maybe a COP block, depending on his hand quality here. I'm actually surprised that the Ira player has taken this much damage. I
think they stabilize with the sigils, right? And then even Oasis, right?
Depends on the exact deck build. Is that a red Soulbead Strike in Graveyard? If that is, that means this deck is not that defensive. You generally wouldn't run red. I guess red Soulbead Strike is a very good third chain link, though. And okay,
3.
Okay, so he wanted to keep a card to CNC here. But with Crown of Providence still up, its effectiveness is much lower here. The only card that he might be sad about having to shuffle away would be maybe Revel.
Well, it's way more impactful here than it leads on because you have, let's say he does Crown it away. Well, if that's a Revel in Runeblood, it could be a situation where Shing's guaranteed the ability to play it this turn, but now is either has to block, so he can't play it anyway, or he has to get rid of it, which is the same thing. He's just nullifying the threat for 4 turns down the line. So it's kind of like the same Briar situation, right? We typically like to arsenal our really high value targets like Lightning Surge or CMH. And you're just, even if you're moving it, there is value to be extracted there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Shing checked his graveyard there. I think he's trying to calculate the odds that his shackles hit something that he actually wants to play from Banish here. There's no world here where he just lets his arsenal go, right? This is either a block from hand or a COP block.
Yeah, unless you have just the perfect hand, but it looks like he's really hard on the decision. Basically, I see 2 Shrills. Yep, blocked with double Shrill.
Yep, and this is going to give.
He really needs a banish here.
Yep, it's going to give the Ira player some tempo here, most likely.
The Ira, perfect hits.
Yeah. Ghostly Visit, Riftbind here. Really good hits here from Shing. This is a win it in game. If you go up 5-0, you're basically guaranteed top 8 here. So even if you lose round 6, round 7. So both of these players know that there's, quite high stakes here. Flusterfist jumping in front of this Ghostly Visit, leaking 1 here. It's going to follow up with a Mauve Skies into the Riftbind. And this is probably where we're going to see a Tunic block because this is at a breakpoint.
Yep, unless you have the D-React secured.
Yep.
I think I see a sync blow in the middle there. I could be wrong. No, it's an exude confidence. Sorry.
That is an
So this is definitely a double block or a tunic. Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious to see how Shing is going to use his Spellbound Creepers. This is something that, I mean, he's been doing really well, and he hasn't even had to use it. Already at, pretty substantial life lead here.
Well, he's been having to kind of block down due to the disruption from the CNC, so he's not really been presented a real situation on where he needs to actually make that happen. So I think when we start seeing more cards accumulate in the banish zone and him having 5-card hands is where we'll start seeing lines entertain the value of activating creepers.
Right. Right. Dishonor? Interesting. All right, Dishonor and Tunic gonna jump in front of that, and Mask gotta jump in front of the Rosetta Thorn. I'm not really seeing a way out here. We haven't even seen a Revel yet.
Yeah, I mean, the chain player hasn't played an Art of War, hasn't banished one. I mean, granted, Shing has been 100% on Shackle so far. The first turn, he banished a Shadow of Ursa, and then a Riftbind and a Ghostly Visit. So he's rolling hot a little bit, but at the same time, he's making sure to deny mass triggers, and of course, Mask Momentum's even already gone.
So if you're Ira here, are you just trying to hope that chain bricks, or are you just hardcore on fatigue here?
I think you have to do both, unfortunately.
Yeah, just okay.
And your odds just went up a lot more with
oh boy.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, right? He hit 2, but at the same time, there's an Art of War out of the deck, which is massive, right? So Shing's definitely in the driver's seat still. There's no more armor left on Ira's side. It's not looking great for Ira, but at the same time, Runeblades do Runeblade things.
Yep. We haven't seen Utzilong switch. Like, he hasn't played Sigil out of his arsenal. So he hasn't... I mean, he's possibly maybe trying to bait Shing into overextending a little bit. Sigil of Solace is one of the best cards at punishing overextensions. So... looks like we're going to go... We have a Nimblism and a Mauve Skies in hand. So we can go 3 wide this turn pretty easily here. Could also...
I think this could be a Creeper's activation here.
Yeah, this feels like a Creeper's activation.
At the same time, though, he does have Captain's Call as well, I believe. So he's definitely got plenty of non-attack actions. I think he's just trying to find the... I don't think he needs Creepers here, actually, but he could. He could throw it down.
I mean, with only AB1 here, as long as you swing Rosetta, you're guaranteed to keep your Creepers, so... yeah.
I think here he's basically just using Creepers so he can do +2 on the Captain's Call instead of go again.
Yep.
I think is where Shing's mind is here, because it doesn't seem like he has a whole lot of attacks, right? Like, not an overabundance.
Oh, okay. Well, there's one from Arsenal there, and he still has the bounding.
That's...
and I think with the Captain's Call and Mauve Skies, this is probably close. No? Okay, closing the chain. Okay. Yep.
So he is doing go again here, and then we could see...
Yep.
I think he's going to grasp and... Yep, so it goes back down to
1. Yep. Up 6, down to 1 there.
And as long as he can swing Rosetta Thorn, he should be fine, assuming Ira doesn't draw a Sigil.
Yep.
It hit a lot of good cards on that banish.
Yep.
So Ira got help, but it might have been a little late. We see an Art of War.
Yep. We see a Plunder Run as well. So unless Wutzelung drew a sigil, which it doesn't look like it. This probably is going to be it here, yeah, because he has a Swarming Gloomveil here.
We have a Rosetta swing.
Is he going to pitch for Rosetta here?
Probably just use his chess piece, right? I don't think it's worth giving the card unless it's just a bad card. If it's an at all playable card, which is a plunder run, I think you just pop chess piece and then get in with the Rosetta, and it kind of offers the same threat.
Yep. Shane agrees with you.
The real question here is, do you actually pitch the red plunder run to make the rune chant? That's the real question.
Yep.
Because that 1 extra damage with them being at 1, if he does have a sigil, it wouldn't get there. So I don't.
It wouldn't get there. Yeah. Yep. And looks like the concession there from Ira. Sheng getting there. Well played.
Yep. Absolutely.
So thoughts on that game?
Well, I mean, when I think up until the last turn, I think Xing was hit every single shackle except 1. And then he whiffed all on shackle 4. So he was overall about 50-50. The problem was that Ira was already at 1 life when he actually did do the whiff, so it was just a little bit too late on Ira's end. Also, it wasn't, like you mentioned earlier, it wasn't the most defensive Ira we've ever seen, right? No healing bombs, no Oasis that we saw, the life gain was kind of limited. So I don't know if it was ever really in the cards for that Ira to fatigue the chain. Although anything's possible with the correct banishes. But Xing was just running good and played it perfectly.
Yep. I think we saw 0 copies of Flick Flack as well. That tells you a lot about his deck as well. Xing is now watching the stream. he's looking at the chat.
He's making sure nobody pointed out a misplay.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna switch it back to our cams. Ooh. Let's see here. There's always a little bit of a tricky thing to do. Ungrid transition. There we go. Okay, we're back. Because the reason why the stream looks kind of glitchy there is because the third person in the call leaves, and that messes up all the windows that I have.
Mapped out a certain.
Yeah. So I got to be kind of quick to reset it. Okay. Well, Xing is now 5-0, so we're pretty. I mean 5-0 in a 7-round tournament, you're basically locked for top 8.
It has to be locked, yeah.
So we're definitely going to see a chain. We saw Bun last round go into round 5-4-0, so very likely he is also 5-0. So, and I'm sure Alan is somewhere there, at least 4-1. So we could have a very, very chain heavy top 8, depending on how the dice of the Rhinar players roll out. All right, so that was round 5. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss to go. I guess we could do a little bit more chit chat with the chat, a little bit of chat interaction.
Sure.
You guys had some good questions. All right, so if you guys have any questions for Nathan or I about anything,
horizontal Nathan, best Nathan.
Horizontal Nathan, best Nathan. Yeah, you guys got a little peek behind the scenes there. Yeah, if you guys have questions, ask away, and we will try our best to answer them.
While those are coming in, I will say I find it kind of interesting. What it seems like that's happening in the tournament is the Rhinars are kind of pushing everything else out, and then the chains are kind of eating the Rhinars. So I do find that super interesting. There's obviously a lot of Rhinars. That's kind of why um, when you make up roughly a quarter of the meta share, yeah,
It's about
like
20% or so.
you just
yeah.
have to.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Like you have to have some at the top tables. You just have to.
Yeah. The I think it's very, very possible we have Kano as well. Kano kind of, I mean, in traditional Blitz with no sideboard, Kano is actually pretty good into chain. Often chain has to overextend. Takes a little bit for chain to get going, so you often leak some damage on turn 1, turn 2, and you can kind of get there with wildfire and all that. So, yep.
I will say using the darkness equipment, like the one that grasp of darkness or whatever, and then I think they're using it in the foot slot mainly.
Yes, they are.
Uh,
That is quite
yeah,
good against
using
Kano.
that. Using that as pseudo spell void is actually really good.
With
So
Ebb and Fold plus the darkness boots, that's actually
that's 4 spell void. That's
yeah.
huge. That's deny wildfire without a single card.
Not quite, actually. Now that I think about it,
Well, not wildfire because it's not legal.
Because the darkness boots is an instant. It says prevent the next 2 damage that will be dealt to your hero. So the Kano can respond with another spell, have that absorb the darkness boots' block, and then the wildfire goes in. But that's very inefficient. But it is possible.
Well, what that means for Kano is they can't lead with the Aether Flare, right? Because if you lead with the Aether Flare, then you're not going to get the buff on the later attack. So you basically have to. You basically just hold the equipment and wait for the Aether Flare. Basically, is what you always do, and you just sit on it until you see it, and then
there's no Aether wildfire in Blitz, so there's no threat of that. Yep. All right.
Wildfire. What year are we in?
All right. Where's Emperor? He's not that bad. I agree. The Emperor is actually quite decent. You built him as a all red deck, obviously, but he has. A lot of people don't know that he can kill you from like 13 or something like that. Access to Storm Striders plus being able to throw a few cards for the Furnace means he can generate a ton of value and play a red Emeritus Scolding into a Waning Moon, into maybe something else, So he can... against Emperor, you actually really need to conserve your health. It's very, very important to stay like above 12. Yep. And for you Dory players out there, realize that they'll never block with their chest toys. So you can just kind of discount their armor there.
That's a good point in chat. They said the darkness equipment is a replacement effect, not a activated. So you can't respond to it. There's no priority window.
Isn't the darkness equipment a instant, or am I thinking of the light equipment?
No. It basically triggers every single time you take damage, and it literally works the same way Spell Void does, right?
Really?
Anytime you take arcane damage, it's like, oh, do you want to use Spell Void? And this is the same way.
That's really strong then.
Yeah, so you just save it for whatever you want to stop. Yep.
Today I learned.
There you go.
Let's talk about, since we're not getting too many questions in chat, let's talk about heroes that we don't see in Blitz. And why we're not seeing them. First hero is the hero behind you. Why are there no Briars at this tournament? Have you played Briar in Blitz?
Yes.
Let's establish your credentials here.
Yep, I have played Briar in Blitz, and there's 2 avenues that you can take with Briar. You can, of course, play the Chinamat Heroic. It's basically just a trimmed down version of the CMH deck with a couple changes, like add Plunder Run and stuff. Or you can run like the Cheerio version, basically, where you just basically don't have any blues and you're just trying to like efficiently attack your opponent. And the problem there is there's not a whole lot of reason to take that strategy over chain, right? Like your argument could be, all right, CMH is so huge. If there's a lot of fatigue going around, can't I just like play CMH and then go 7-7-7 and then leak through, right? Well, sure. Or you could just banish cards off the top of your deck and then play with 15 of them. Like, it's the same strategy. You're still stacking damage, but one is predicated on you playing a very expensive card, seeing the card, playing a very expensive card, and then drawing the correct hand afterwards, which is much more situational than one having go again on a stick with the chain ability, having access to Carrion Husk, and it's just a better deck. Like it's as simple as that.
The idea of setting up this turn for the next turn and having all that predicated on drawing the correct second hand is the reason why we don't see cards like Towering Titan. There's a lot of Guardian cards that say at the beginning of your turn, destroy this, your next attack gets something, right? Complete RNG unless you're on the second cycle, whether or not your next hand is going to be playable.
Right.
And that's why we don't see very many cards that immediately pop. Like if you're going to set up, you set up with things like Energy Potion, Time Stat Potion, etc. because you can control when you pop them. And that's kind of also why like there's a lot of risk with Briar playing CMH. It's like your next hand could be pretty bad, and then you're gonna be out of luck there. Okay, let's talk about another hero we don't see much. Benji has gotten quite a bit of support, and we still don't see him much.
There's too much armor.
Yeah, there's just a lot of armor in the format, and his hero ability is okay, but Ira kind of does it better. Right. What other heroes don't we see much of? Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy. Now, I'm going to be very, very controversial again and say that I actually think Dory Quicksilver Prodigy is perhaps the best warrior. I think the current builds of Dory Quicksilver Prodigy actually are pretty good, and it's very, very difficult to defend against. The issue is that, like, all three warriors are pretty bad against Chain, pretty bad against Rhinar, pretty bad against Fatigue Ira. It's like really hostile. We have we had like a bunch of Kasais. We have a couple Dories in this tournament. I don't know if we're gonna see any of them in the top 8. If there is a Dory doing well, let's put them on camera. Where is Data Doll? Turns out having a 3 in the corner is pretty bad, even if you have a specialization now that lets you like opt for all your equipment and all that, or items. In the next set, maybe Data Doll's good. The next set has what, like 50 items or something like that, Nathan?
There's no telling. There's no telling.
Yeah. All right, so we got some questions now.
You missed a couple.
Let's go back to the questions. Yeah.
So one person asked, how do you find edges in Chain Mirror and Rhinar Mirror? I think the answer to that question would be two answers that basically equal one, basically. And you have to consistency, right? Anytime you're more consistent, you can execute your strategy a lot more often and more fluid, which means you have lower dips in value. You don't have as much high roll potential. Second, you have to find some way to extract value. What do I mean by that? That extracts value above the norm, right? So Cody Williams was the one that kind of branded the defensive Toma Findell play in Chain. I think he was the one that kind of came up with that tech, where you were able to just block with an attack action, activate creepers, play it on defense basically, and draw 2 cards and like gain like anywhere between 4 and 5 life, and that was enough to give you the edge in the mirror match. Pablo, when he won Pro Tour 1, it was as simple as adding copies 4 through 6 with Belittle. Like, it was as simple. That's what set his chain deck apart from the rest of the field, was running the yellow Belittles. But what did that do? It made the deck more fluid. It made sure that he saw those cards and got his red minnowisms. There wasn't a game he played that tournament that he didn't play at least 2 red minnows, right? So it was just free value that he was able to accrue by playing on a more, streamlined game plan, basically. Rhinar the same way. The first person to whiff on any type of discard or scabs roll or anything like that will lose that game.
What about Uzuri? I don't see why we wouldn't see Uzuri. Is there just not enough?
She doesn't have the fridge.
Yeah, that's kind of a requirement in Blitz. You gotta have good armor or do something kind of off the wall.
Well,
Uzuri is not bad, but yeah.
I remember when she first came out, right? The biggest solution to Uzuri was just like forget about her effects and then just out damage her.
Yep.
Well, it's a way easier to do that strategy when they start at 20 life. Like when they don't have a fridge and you have a fridge, you basically, their first 2 attacks are basically textless, right? Because you just jam the armor and you just punch them in the face, right?
Yep.
And you basically have no weapons, you have no arms. I mean, nobody cares about a spider bite because they're not blocking you in the first place, because they're just jamming the armor. So I think that's why Zuri's not doing so hot in Blitz.
We have a KO fan in the chat. I do think KO is quite good. It's
when
just
you roll good.
it's just a lot of more variants.
Yeah.
But swing big for 16, I heard, is pretty good. Lack of dash. I think there's some dash in this tournament, but I mean, dash is maybe a little too fair. Even starting Pounder, you probably 6 extra damage may not be enough to negate the fact that a lot of decks have excellent damage and fridges.
Right.
Is Fatigue Briar a possibility? She has a decent fridge, access to Crown of Seeds.
If I was gonna play that deck, first
drone.
of all, I would not run Crown. Yeah, you have drone. I would not run Crown of Seeds. Simply the game, you don't have too many ways to extract value from the extra floating in with Crown of Seeds. However, from a theory basis, like, there is validity to it, right? You're sending 7, you're blocking 8, you have a fridge now because of the new chess piece, you have all the AB you want. The question is, are you doing anything that's fundamentally stronger than what the game's trying to do? Can you fatigue chain? Sure. That seems realistic. You have AB built into your fridge. You have a bunch of 4 blocks or 3 blocks, depending. The only downside to Fatigue Briar is, if I was going to do Fatigue Briar, I would actually change the deck and reduce it from a 2-card 7 to a 1-card 4 split damage, like Arcanic Crackles, not vexing, but like just break points with 1 card, so that way it gave me the option to block with more than 2 cards, right? Because if you're trying to send a big 7 attack, then it's much more difficult to block more damage because you're having to use your blues effectively. So I would reduce it, and it seems like it could be okay. You have Evergreen, which is theoretically better than Drone because you're pushing that breakpoint. But I've never played that deck in Blitz, so I couldn't give you a solid answer. But the theory's there.
Kevdeen won a skirmish. Thoughts on that one? So Kevdeen is a very interesting deck because you can build it in a very particular way. They might have built it differently, but this is what I remember about Kevdeen: is you
Slogism,
slogism into regurgitating slog with 2
that's
power potions on the board. So basically, you just use your hero ability, walk the life total down, take a ton of damage, go down to like 2, and then pop your potions of strength. Slogism, regurgitating slog. Kill them from like 14.
There you go.
Is that viable at a high level? I don't know, but that is
probably not.
But that is a way to play the game. Why is Quicksilver better than Kasai? I think Quicksilver benefits from the... Kasai has 1 specialization, whereas Quicksilver Prodigy has like 4 at the moment. So it's also much harder to defend against Quicksilver Prodigy. Kasai is fine, but I feel like Quicksilver Prodigy can really get in their face with Glistening Steelblade. Like, you can't not block Glistening on a Dawnblade Resplendent, right? You have to be absolutely sure you're going to win the game if you just let this thing hit twice, because now this weapon, it comes in for 4. Riptide. Well, Riptide, I think, is actually interesting because their Nourishing Riptide is a deck.
The Nourishing Riptide, yeah. Its worst matchup was Icelander too, and Icelander's gone now. So,
and Kano's
regular Riptide, no shot. I would never play that. I would never touch that with like a 10-foot pole. But Nourishing Riptide, we saw those traps in the first game with Shiana. Imagine if you had a whole lot more of them.
All right, looks like we have a game being set up at the moment.
Somebody said, "Isn't Seeds banned?" No, Crown of Seeds was on the suspended list until Oldham LL'd. So I do believe Crown of Seeds is. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Seeds of Agony is suspended until Chain becomes a living legend, but Crown of Seeds right now in Blitz is a playable card.
It was an all merchant skirmish, not joking. Well, there you go. That's how Kevdeen won a skirmish.
Well, there you go.
I was at the merchant skirmish, and I say no one brought the deck you talked about, but someone did bring Genus and Crazy Brew in Life of the Party, though. That's pretty cool. Yoji. We have seen some Yojis, but I think they're just getting pushed out by Prism, Rhinar. I think is mainly what's happening there. All right, we got a blue pitch member here.
I've never seen that playmat. Where
is that? Tome of
Aetherwind?
That's Tome of Aetherwind, but I've never seen it either. That is a cool playmat. Oh boy! Oh dude, that's Kelvin Law playing Kano against Pudding Zyra. Oh man.
Uh-oh.
We got a high level match, boys. All right.
That's a cool mat. I've never seen that before.
All right. So, talk about Kano versus Zyra while I set up the graphics.
Okay, so Kano versus Ira, obviously she's going to have the AB suite. I'm not sure if Arcane Lantern is the go-to in that situation. They're probably going to run at least the Ninja Boots with AB, and then probably in the arm slot, if I had to assume, at least. So AB2 and maybe 3, depending on the situation. Obviously, the Kano player has to be very, very mindful of the sigils. That's something that the Kano player has to keep in their the back of their mind is anytime that they extend for lethal, they need to be sure that they've either seen all the sigils or they've done the math to be able to beat the sigil. The one thing that makes this matchup a little bit tricky is Kano really wants to block as well as he can and then send his, his bigger attack on his turn. But it kind of diminishes the value that Kano can get from blocking because Ira likes to split up a lot of the damage via breakpoints with the Kodachis and things like that. So, we will see. But super excited. Pudding is a great player. And who did you say was the other one?
The Kelvin Law playing Kano.
Kelvin Law. Okay,
so
he's not on Dash.
Not on Dash today, huh?
Okay.
All right. Well, this is as classic a matchup as it gets. This is table 2. So we know that Xing is on table 1 against somebody, that means. Kelvin is 4-1 and Pudding is 5-0. So they're currently 3-5-0 players at the moment.
The only downside to Pudding, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've played before. He puts like both of his Kodachis on one side of his hero card.
These guys are both
irks the shit out of me.
These guys are very stylish players. That like Pudding always puts his hero on the left, Kodachi's in the middle, and on the right.
Yeah.
Kelvin like shoves his board onto your board.
Yeah, just asserts dominance.
When Kelvin activates Kano, he's literally gonna put it on your mat.
He got the mat at the artist booth in Singapore.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this mat must have come from Asia, if I had to guess. All right, classic equipment from Kano. We got AB3 snaps with a Zephyr Needle from Ira, also very standard. We have a Waning Moon from the Kano.
That's what we saw from Kaiser as well. I think they're just valuing I think they're realizing that a lot of the players are trying to kind of turtle up against them a little bit. Mm-hmm. And Waning Moon is a great way to, you play your attack and then you just present more arcane damage instead of just trying to go over the top, which seems extremely valid.
Mm-hmm. Kano's going first here. If he cannot present more than 3 damage here, he is not really going to break through here. Voltic Bolt's a good one to start with. 5 coming across here. So Ira is going to start at 18. So Pudding here, going to have to calculate how he wants to use his hand. Looks like there's a Whelming Gust Wave, Dishonor maybe, or is that Torrent of Tempo? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's definitely Torrent Tempo. Yep.
All right, so pitching Rushing River here and another card here. Gonna float 2 here. Kelvin could Waning Moon here, but it's not really doing anything. It's only if he wants to kind of filter his hand a little bit. Pudding is one of the most experienced Ira players that I know of in Hong Kong. Really, really, really strong. Not surprised to see him here at 5-0. And Kelvin has played thousands of Kano games. I think literally when I left Hong Kong, I played him, I think, in official matches at least 25 times. So he is very, very experienced at this hero here. And here we're going to see the power of Zephyr Needle here. Kano basically does not run D-Reacts, especially since Dorinthia is no longer part of the meta. It is a pretty sure shot that there's no D-Reacts from Kano here. And he's going to give up one of his Blazing Aethers there to stop the Torrent of Tempo here. And that's going to cause a little bit of a card inefficiency here from Pudding, because he's going to essentially have an extra card here. Unless he wants to snap it, which I highly doubt. Looks like he's going to say, all right, that's fine. Gonna arsenal a card here. And Kano's going to get to strike back with 2 cards here.
Oh, this is super good play,
That's great.
right? You get the 4, and then you get the Waning Moon after. I mean,
yep.
I think that playing the Waning Moon just kind of shifts your cost curve. You kind of value the 1 cost like Aether Flare and Aether Quickening over cards like Swell Tidings is obviously still very good, but there's a lot more 1 cost spells than there are 2. And you just get a lot more value from that Waning Moon. So I'm actually really impressed with the Waning Moon selection over the Crucible.
Yep. So this matchup, I think, is gonna, like, the way that Kelvin builds his deck is gonna be fairly straightforward. The question mark is, like, how did the Ira build her deck? If the Ira deck is filled with flick flacks, drones, and stuff like that, that's gonna make the offense of Ira very clunky here. And against Waning Moon, you can't turtle. Like, it's just, there's just too much burst damage here.
Right. And basically, if the Ira player is on a heavy fatigue strategy here, it's basically the Kano player's game. As long as he executes his strategy correctly, does the appropriate like pitch stacking, it's basically his game to win, even without Stir or Wildfire. You can definitely still get there by pushing the right amount of damage at the right spots.
Yep. I think this is going to come down to how does Pudding get value out of Snapdragons before he gets into that, you know, sweet spot of about 10 life where you start dying to things. Cast off Storm Striders. All right, in comes the Zephyr Needle again for 3 here.
Pudding has an E strike in hand. I wonder if he's just gonna jam it and say 7 and kind of go like, you know, guard
Shield Slam
down
here. Yep. It's a very,
I don't hate it. Like,
it's a very dangerous position to put Kano at like 1 or 2. Because that's oftentimes how they kill you, is they drop to 1 or 2 and then they get a cycle of damage back and then they kill you with another cycle of damage. It's gonna be E-Strike here.
Yeah.
What mode? Looks like it's for 5. Drawing. Go again. So he didn't draw a card. And am I missing something here? He did not draw a card. He's about to draw a card. Kano.
Priority.
Yeah.
There's priority.
There's no way. That was just like 5 going.
Yeah, go again just doesn't.
There's no way.
Just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. All right, so there's a window here where he could die here. 15 is a lot though for Kano to do without the right hand. He doesn't even have Tunic online. So putting here,
you basically have to have like Flare. You have to have Flare, and you have to have some draw mechanics.
He does, and you probably even have to like hit something really amazing off the top. Like, he doesn't even have an E-Pod on the field, so it's like really resource constrained here.
I think Pudding's just recognizing that exact fact and understanding that, hey, I do find it a tad weird of going 5 draw a card over 7, because you are producing the breakpoint at 7, which will draw the card more than likely.
He doesn't have
because Kano's. Oh, that's right. Yep. That makes sense then.
Yeah,
I'm stuck in the last game.
AB3 snaps this game, dude. All right, so
yeah.
All right, so there's a lot to consider here, especially with Metacarpus node here. This is, you know, as wide open as it's gonna get. All right, so here we go, Blazing Aether from the arsenal, and he's gonna hold priority here, I believe. Yep. Gonna Kano a few times, and this is basically gonna be blind here. Getting some waning moon
Also,
damage here.
Waning Moon in its interaction with Blazing is actually insane.
Yes, it is. It's actually it's basically red emeritus.
Right.
All right, 3 damage here, and activated Kano. Putting here, recognizing that he needs to save his 1 resource here just in case there's an Aether Flare coming. Gonna Ragamuffins something to the top. We didn't quite see what it was. Gonna resolve that.
Scalding
Okay,
Rain.
Scalding Rain on top.
Is that red or blue?
We'll find out soon. Five here.
So it's a red oak coming for 5. Yep. He AB1s, takes 4.
Yep, and I think
And
he is
then
dead to blazing here. Did he deal
I think he's
7? I think he's
one
at 1.
short.
I think. Oh, he has 1 more resource here from Metacarpus node.
Oh yeah,
And he-
so
yep.
Metacarpus makes it exact.
That's exact lethal. Jeez. Oh,
Sheesh.
I take back what I said. I cannot play Kano in Blitz. Not even not anywhere close to Kelvin Law's power. Well played from him. Wow. And that just shows you how tight games can be. And Calvin, a little bit of there was a lot of calculation going into his brain, I think, during that final turn, because you don't know what you're going to banish, but you have a decent idea of like what could be coming, right? Or what could be on top, right? And then you have to basically map that out and say, all right, let me, because if he doesn't get the red Scalding Rain there, I think he just loses, right? I think Kelvin recognized he was behind and he had to take a risk there. So well played from him.
And I really like the play from putting to play the E-Strike there, because I think the card that he sunk with the E-Strike was just like a Winds of Eternity or just some crappy Ninja Blue that costs 0. And like you're never winning the game by going Kadachi, Zephyr Needle, 0 for 2. Like there's no way you win this game taking those lines. So I like putting, just recognizing that situation and just playing to his out. It didn't work out, but that was the best chance that he had.
Yeah, and I think Kano also had a pitch problem there. He needed to swap his Jason pointed out in chat. Like he had to swap his arsenal, or not his arsenal, his red in hand for a blue. Well played. Looks like the tradition of the players watching the stream continues. Well, both of them are now 5-1. I'd bet good money that
be in top 8.
Yeah, I'd bet good money we're going to see Kelvin and Pudding in the top 8. So we could have a very, 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 very stacked top 8. I mean, all the players that I used to play with and that I recognized were good players, they are rising to the top. Like I said before, good players win, no matter the format.
That's a fact.
All right, let us take this off. Transition this. All right, so we'll go back to our cameras. All right. Okay. That was round 6. So now we are 1 round away from getting the top 8. It's currently 12:30 here in Alabama. 1:30 p.m. in Hong Kong. So they started pretty early over there.
Oh, you got to do your quick pivot.
Oh no!
We're gonna get a little slice of horizontal Nathan.
There we go. Oh, there we go. Pretty quick. I was pretty quick there. Yep. All right. Overall, I think the games today have been pretty good, and a very, very good showing of like traditional matchups. Most of the matchups have, been pretty good. Oh boy. All right. I think this time between round 6 and 7, we are going to take a break.
Sure.
Yeah, because the last 2 rounds we've been doing chat interaction, and we gotta get our snacks and drinks for the later rounds, I guess. All right, guys.
Well, there'll be a decent gap between the end of Swiss and top 8, so we'll do questions and stuff between those 2 rounds. So save your questions for after the next match, and we would love to talk about it, answer it, ask anything you want.
Yep. All right, we will see you guys in a bit for round 7. All right, guys. We are now in round 7. Not sure which matchup we got for you guys, but as soon as we do, I will change all the game info and we'll bring that to you guys. All right,
Well, Rhinar is a safe bet.
Yeah, Rhinar is a safe bet. So I was asking Nathan during the break what his dark horse pick was for the top 8. So basically not Rhinar, Ira, Kano, Chain.
I went with Prism.
You went with Prism.
Not either one of them in particular. Just one of them. I don't actually know which one's better because they both have Luminars. So I think there's a debate to be had, but I think theory-wise, I would assume that your regular Prism would have a much better matchup into Chain because you have the higher life total to be able to fatigue if you want to play in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Advent of Thrones starting at 16, I don't see that happening, but at the same time, you get that same. You get the Ward 4 from the first angel you drop off of the headpiece. So I don't know. I don't know which one's actually better. It's actually interesting to think about, but I think one of them will make it in top 8.
Sure. Looks like we have another Kano.
Why not?
Why not? I love Kano. This looks like we're at table 4. So this is most likely a winning in situation here for both players. All right, what matchup we got? We got a Kasai.
Kasai?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. I think Kasai would be my dark horse pick. Although it feels weird to say Kasai is a dark horse, considering her meta share and her power. But
I mean, there's 9 of them. That's
yeah, one of them should make it. Yeah. All right. Let me adjust things.
SpongeBob sleeves. Let's go. Is that a thing in Hong Kong?
No, I've never seen this before. But I do
really like
but Hong Kong does have, some pretty cool sleeves. So they do like their anime waifu sleeves. All right, chain culture. All right, so both players are 5 and 1. All right, we got Ho Chun Lai playing Kano, and we have Ha Chun Chan playing Kasai. Both people are 5 and 1, so this is a win and in. This is our final round of Swiss. That is a Spellfire Cloak from our Kano player. Interesting choice. I guess you don't think the game's going to go long. Plus, you're going second, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same effect as Tunic, right? Assuming that, not necessarily the same, but I mean, when you're trying to kill them on your opponent's turn, which is when Spellfire Cloak is active, it's the same thing. And you just have it on demand, and we're not expecting this game to be terribly long, right? And
this is going to come down.
I do see a nourishing it in the hand of the Kasai player, though. So that turn 1 dominate, looking spicy,
and getting rid of that. That's all you got. Gonna be good here.
He's even pumping it. Oh, I thought he was gonna go into it.
This is quite good. Assuming he doesn't have resources for this, so right? Yep, he doesn't.
Uh,
Close.
he could have. Could he have hit and run into the nourishing?
Yes, he could have. That would have been pretty devastating.
For those of you who don't know, it gives the next weapon attack go again, but the buff on hit and run actually applies to just next attack.
That would have been 8 dominate. I think that would have been better. But it is possible he wanted to generate some copper, though. But I do think that was an inaccuracy there. All right, so we have a bunch of pitches here. Tomofendel into an Emeritus. And he says, give me the red Emeritus. I will take 6. All right, going to Kano's turn here. And I already feel like Kasai is pretty far behind here. No,
it's a trend that we've noticed in these past couple games is anytime the Kano player goes second, the turn player always takes a little bit of chip damage, and then the Kano player just has tempo because they're going second, and then they either strip the hand or get immediate damage in, and I don't know how you beat it, to be honest.
Okay, KC Aegis here gonna resolve, come back to hand here. Looks like 1 top, 1 bottom from our Kano player. That means he's gonna use the gaze or the E-pot. Banish, and a bunch more damage here. Looks like, so we have to, of note, Kasai brought AB3 Tunic to battle. That is a interesting choice and not one that I mean, normally you bring Courage of Bladehold so you can execute the combo, but the best way to execute the combo is to full block your hand and then preferably from Arsenal play Blood on Her Hands, which opens you up completely. So Kasai could be going for more kind of relying on attack reacts here, or just trying to have trying to leak less damage on the turn cycles with the AB3 plus the extra pitch from the Tunic. I think this is a fairly poor matchup though for Kasai in general.
Well, especially with the old Blitz rules, right? Like,
and that's
we've
a sink below.
That's all you got. We've seen a sink below. Just these D-Racks are not actively doing anything in this match, and I do expect Kasai to be one of the decks that kind of has a lot to gain from the changes in Blitz. So maybe this matchup shifts a little bit with the new rules and able to side those D-Reacts out and play a more efficient lean 40.
Still 6 dominate here. Not bad. Nourishing Emptiness, a pretty good card, and a card that Kano could play, but I think we've seen 3 Kanos today. I don't think any of them have been playing it. This was I guess their card quality is just much better now. They don't need it.
I hate to say it, but is it too slow?
I think Nourishing could be too slow, but it's really good on turn 0. But
yeah,
I guess I mean
they're already doing damage on turn 0.
Yeah, a lot of Kano things are good on turn 0. All right, Ho-Chun Lai here, gonna really considering his line of play here. Looks like he's like, well, you're kind of opening yourself up here, so I'm just gonna go for it here. Double Kano activation. Rags, draw, put on top. Resolve the first Kano activation. It is a Tome of Aetherwind. Play it out. Draw 2. Looks like you got an E-Pot and something else.
You got 2 blues. The blue
second Kano activation resolve.
Scour is not a good hit.
Yep. Another Kano activation here, pitching the E-Pot. Blazing is a good hit. Gonna go for another fish here. Another card we haven't seen is Eye of Ophidia. We haven't seen many of them running Eye of Ophidia here. Alright, so showing his opponent what is about to come his way.
So Scour does not have a valid target, correct? So there's actually no arcane damage produced from that card, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Let me quickly look it up. I'm familiar with the old school Kano cards. The new school ones, less so. Yep. Okay, so Scour says destroy X target aura tokens or auras. So a copper token is neither a aura token or an aura.
Right.
And it does not have cost 0. So yeah. Well, looks like double Blazing Aether going to close it out. I was looking at my other screen reading Scour, and then he just dies. Okay.
Yep.
That's Blitz for you guys. Alright, so we probably have multiple Kanos in the top 8 here. My Dark Horse did not get there. Kasai does not want to see Kano at all. And this is part of the reason why I think Quicksilver Prodigy might be a little bit better. It exerts a little bit more consistent pressure in the first couple turns of the game. Like, Kasai takes 4 or 5 turns minimum to get to speed. Whereas, like, Dory QP and Dory both can come out the gate swinging. Okay, well, short and sweet game. We're going to have a long-ass Q&A time, I guess.
I do have a confession to make, though. Earlier we talked about how I'm not the biggest fan of Blitz, but watching all these Kano games, like, I don't know.
I'm a fan of Kano. Like, you know,
I kind of want to play a little bit of Kano, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, blow some people up.
All right, we're on what camera now? Kano and Blitz is like, I mean, if you mess up, it's okay. It's not like like losing a CC game feels like what 4 times as bad as losing a Blitz game.
Right.
So you know, if you want to mess around on a hero, Blitz is the best place to do it. You know. Oh, horizontal Nathan.
Horizontal Nathan.
All right, we got. All right, fixed in 5 seconds. All right, guys. Well, that there you go. That's 7 rounds of Swiss in the books. That was a pretty quick round, so I don't think we're gonna have top 8 results for a bit. But you guys in chat can help Nathan and I stay awake because it is 1 a.m. at the moment.
We need you.
We need you. Only you can prevent the casters from falling asleep. And that's good games of Flesh and Blood. Good games of Flesh and Blood will always keep us up, right?
Right. It's the in-between part that makes it.
Yeah. I remember we were literally casting the finals of the 2021 Hong Kong Nats at like 5 in the morning. And I was like, I watched it back and I was like, oh, he cast Eclipse? Nathan, wake up! He cast Eclipse!
Yeah. I went back and like I went back and watched the finals game or whatever, and I was like, God, it just I was not happy with how it ended up, and the game was great, but we were so tired. I mean, it was 7 in the morning, like. We were the second day, like during the other tournament. I was like, Josh, I'm sorry, I can't do it. It was another Blitz tournament. He had to go solo for a couple hours. I was like, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But it was a good time nonetheless.
All right, let's see what chat has to say here. Kano versus my Dory is terrifying. Dory has a special ability in that, like, you can force the Kano to react because you can play at instant speed as well. That's kind of the advantage that Dory has into you, is like kind of make you act first if you want to go for it. Tunic into Kano as a Kasai was a mistake. Probably. I think the correct way to play was AB3 plus Courage. but you aren't generating copper quite quick enough against Kano. Like, this is why I think a lot of people are building their Kasai deck kind of incorrectly. They don't have enough pumps, so they actually can't force through their first attack and generate. Because if you're just generating 1 copper a turn, that's not fast enough. You got to generate 2 copper. Right? You got to generate 2 copper a turn. Question: what do you think the motivation was to change skirmish rules for sideboard? To combat Kano or another deck, or just improve Blitz in general?
I think it was Kano.
I'm pretty sure it's Kano, because when Icelander left, like, the speed at which Icelander LL'd out of Blitz is close to a record. That was literally the fastest might have been Starvo, and then Icelander and Blitz. Viserai and Blitz was around for a year or more. Like, Viserai got a couple of Elo points, and then, like, there was that one season and it was gone, right? But Icelander basically was 1 season and gone as well. So, and that was because Stormstriders are just busted, basically.
Right.
It's very difficult to balance Kano. Like, you look at the ban list in Blitz. How many wizard cards are on there? Like 4? Let's see. We got,
you have Aether Wildfire, you have Snapback, Stir. So 3.
Kraken's Aether Vein, 4.
Oh, sure. Yeah. the one that's really impacted.
Yeah, that one that really impacts the meta.
Gotcha for 1.
Yep. So I think it's just having the side. So the issue with Kano is, like, 90% of the meta doesn't deal substantial scaling exponential arcane damage, but then 10% of the meta does. And if you tweak your deck to be good against that 10%, you lose against the 90%. If you tweak your deck to beat the 90% and you meet the Kano, you just lose, right? So having just a couple extra sideboard slots to slot in Oasis makes a giant difference.
Yeah, I would say that.
And to take out the D-Reacts.
Right. And I would say that I think that the change in rules, there's probably a lot of reasons, but I think one of the biggest motivators is kind of like a Hail Mary before they have to ban Stormstriders again. If anybody recalls, I don't remember if it was suspended or banned, but either way, Stormstriders were not playable at Worlds, and there was a lot of pushback on that. Like, there was a lot of people that were not happy because, you know,
it was relatively soon before Worlds, right? It was like a month. There was not that. There was some time to adjust, but not that much time, right? So,
right, and just a lot of people didn't like it. So I think this is like the path to possibly fix the issue, which it may not even fix the issue, but it causes the least amount of friction, which I'm all for. I mean, they said it before, they don't want to be banning legendaries. It's bad for players because, you know, you spend $100 on a card, you want to be able to play it, right? That's just and if they're going to keep by that philosophy, they better ban Warmongers soon because it keeps climbing in price. What's the next question?
What kind of IRA lists have been played? We only saw one, and it seemed a more mid-rangey IRA deck list. It wasn't fatigue. It was just
they've all had drones. They've had
drones,
but
drone and sigil are like classic IRA cards, but they didn't like go healing bomb oasis respite. Like I think you can't do that in a non-sideboarding format. Kano as a hero is not compatible with the 50 to 20 life format. Yeah. I think they want to keep at least one hero from each class legal in CC and Blitz. That's a very reasonable assumption. I think that
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if Bravo LL like what all the older players would have no home. Um, yep.
I mean,
Every
if you really think about it, if that does happen, it's it's effectively the same thing as banning the legendary, right? Because now what's the possibility for your tectonic plating, right? Or your crater fist, or your, fill in the blank. And I mean, it seems valid.
yep. So let's talk a little bit about like the most popular sideboard cards for a deck in Blitz.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the top of the list should be Oasis Respite.
D-Reacts. Yeah,
D-Reacts
just
would be
any.
in second. I
Yeah.
think the I, looking at the meta, what do you want to D-React against? Rhinar? Maybe.
Yeah, not.
That's
I
why
mean,
when I was looking at it, I'm like, when I first saw the skirmish changes, my gut reaction was like, oh no, Dory's unplayable now. The first card people put in their
right.
deck is Sink Below. I mean, you look at the metagame
Uh,
share. I don't know if you put Sink Below in your deck if you don't like. I think you
well,
make
let's
room for
dig
Oasis
into it.
Respite.
Yeah, it's not that good into Ira because they're not really running the combat tricks like Razor Reflex and stuff like that. It's okay into Rhinar, but it doesn't really.
It only
You're
saves
trying
you
to
when
force
he
Rhinar down.
intimidates 3 cards, and then you can block plus from Arsenal. That's literally all it
Right,
does, and that's nice, but it's I think you probably overvaluing that interaction
right. And then Chain, it
unless
it
you're trying to
stops a
fatigue
break
him.
point, sure. Right.
Yeah, it stops
Yeah, I agree.
Herald of Erudition, but so does Armor. Yeah,
Right.
I mean Bravo. We only saw 3 of them in this tournament. It's not very popular. Like, yeah. So like I said, my gut feeling was like, oh shit, Dory's like bad now because
Hmm.
what is the first card people put in their sideboard is Sink Below, right? But I think people put Drone and Oasis Respite in their deck first. Before I think Sink Below is like third.
Hmm.
And then fourth, I would put as Sigil Sauce. Because I think if
Yep.
you go either, it just gives you the ability to, like, if you know, like, they're not going to do something scary on turn 1 and they
Hmm.
can't push that much damage, you could, like, you it gives you the ability to start at 23 going first, or it gives the ability to start at like probably 21 or 22 going second. Um,
Right.
so those are the so in my personal season 7 blitz list, I have 36 cards main deck, and then I have 2 drone, 2 sigil, 2 sync, and 2 oasis, and then I
Hmm.
picked the best 4 and put them into the deck.
Right.
So, example, against Kano, I put in my Sigil, I put in my Oasis.
Right.
Against Prism, I put in my Drone and probably Sigil, but I don't know.
Hmm.
Um, and then, so that in total takes up 44 cards,
Hmm.
meaning you can have 8 as the other cards.
Equipment.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think you could barely get there, so you could play a weapon plus AB3. That's 4 slots. And then the other 4 slots for the normal matchup equipment.
Right. Right.
And that's how you get there, roughly. Okay, let's look at some more questions. Can they take the format even further and add a few more sideboard slots? So maybe about, I don't know, what do you think? 80 cards, Nathan? That seems about
No.
right. And then you could play maybe instead of 2 copies, you could play 3 copies. And then since we have so many cards, we gotta, double our life, right?
So every single time that I sit down and play Blitz, I tell my opponent the exact same thing. I've told every opponent that I've ever played in Blitz these exact words. I say the one thing I love about Blitz is I just shuffle the deck and present it. I don't have to think about what's going in it. Nothing. Like it I don't do a whole lot of net decking, but like in Blitz, it actually makes sense because it's all there, right? You have to just present it in the old rules, right? But I think that it's a great avenue for newer players, right? Which we've all kind of had that assumption that that's kind of what Blitz was, kind of designed for, right? It was a quicker game, a lot lower barrier of entry, stuff like that. Although you can make the argument that equipment is so expensive and that's more sideboard slots, yada yada yada.
Blitz decks are
But
not cheaper than CC decks sometimes.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. But at the same time, I mean, it's just simpler, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the value that can be gained. Not everybody. Some people love playing CC games all the time. The same people who would play strategy games and stuff like that. But some people just want to sit down and play a shooter, right? And like that's what the equivalent of Blitz is, right? It's just playing a much more chill game that's not quite as deep, and just still having a good time because it's a greatly designed game. So I think I would not open up more sideboard slots. I'm not particularly for or against the decision that's already been made. The changes, I'm not like, I don't really hate it or like it. Really have no opinion in the matter, just because I don't play that much Blitz. But I understand why they did it. It kind of makes sense, but that's my opinion.
Kano is creeping close to LL in Blitz, so may not be an issue for very long.
But, right.
How many rounds until top 8? 0. That was the last Swiss round.
Yep.
Top 8
coming
will
up next.
Yep. Top 8's coming up next. How did the Doors perform in this? Any make to the top? I don't know.
There was only 3, so
there were only
unlikely,
3.
but possible.
Yep. How do you feel about Great Axe story in Blitz? That whole strategy is much better in CC, where you can drag the game out, and you can get multiple tunic activations. You also have the ability to jam your deck with more cards than 60 or 40 in this case.
Right.
So one of the ways that they can kind of police Blitz, I guess, is to be more aggressive with their BNR. The downside is that Blitz is supposed to be intended for newer players, so having a very complex BNR list is not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place here. I think I think they're attached to the 52 number because that's how much is in a French deck of cards, right? So I don't see them changing from 52. Either 51 plus your hero card or 52 as it is now in season 7.
Yep.
What was the reason for drones coming back, and did they release an article about it? They did. They said that they thought the metagame was quick enough.
Was too fast? Yep.
They thought it was too quick for a drone to be extremely effective. So far, we've seen the drones not do amazing today, so they might be up to something. I mean, drone doesn't really help you against Kano. It doesn't help you against Rhinar. So drone just helps you win against fair decks.
Mm-hmm.
And who wants to play a fair deck, right?
I think the drone strategy did very well in Birmingham due to just nobody really having a solid game plan into it. Was kind of my thought process, but once people understand, okay, this is what I need to do to beat that strategy, you can fairly easily overcome it. Do I think it's a? I just think it's a crap card in general. Like, I've never seen a drone be played, and I thought any aspect of it was good. Right, whether it's played, pitched, or blocked with, all of it sucks. Right, it's just like there's just nothing good about a card that no matter what it does, it goes back into your deck. Kind of like when they banned it in the first place, they said it goes against all the core concepts of the game. And yeah, I don't know, just not a healthy interaction or a positive one.
Thoughts on Dawnblade Dory versus Great Axe and CC? Dawnblade Dory is stronger than Great Axe.
Yep.
But the beautiful thing is that nobody knows what you're going to flip over. So there's definitely some merit to... So one of the issues of Dory is becoming predictable. So something I recommend people to do is don't always sideboard the same way. So, for example, against Lexi, if you know that they have an ice package, roll a dice at the beginning of the game. 5 out of 6 times, you play aggro into them. 1 out of 6 times, you fatigue them. That way, you're unpredictable. Yeah. It's extremely important to be unpredictable as Dory. That's why people often tell me, Josh, I can't have the same success as you with your list. Why? And I say part of the reason is, unfortunately, is that when you play yellow overpower, a smart opponent knows you're 80. And yeah, that's why I try to tell people, like, this is how to build a Dory deck. Pick some amount of these cards. Don't go for the exact same deck list as me. Because if you run the exact same deck list as me, if they know you're 80, you're kind of in trouble, right? You remember, Nathan, that tournament that we went to? I didn't even tell you in the car that I was running something weird.
No, I remember. You remember that game? I think I took a screenshot. I played somebody on Talishar, and literally 4 turns in a row, I told my Dory opponent every card in their hand during their reaction step to the pitch color, and they were like, "How are you humanly possibly doing this?" And I was like, "Bro, you pitched a yellow Iron Song response. The second you did that, I knew every card in your deck." Because Josh is the only one who runs yellow Iron Song and yellow Overpower. So I was like, easy. And I just knew every single thing to do and what to block and how much to block and all of that. So
that is an unfortunate side effect of publishing Dory lists.
Yep.
All right. Let's see here. Newer players getting turn 1 20-0. Yeah, Rhinar gonna do that to a certain amount of people. Yeah, I agree. They could just ban drone and have the sideboard stay. I think would be fairly interesting. Yep. Are we waiting on top 8? I just joined. Yes, we are. We have finished 7 rounds of Swiss. And we are diving into the conclusion of the tournament soon. We're currently just taking chat questions so we can stay awake, because it is 1:28 in the morning.
It's getting late. Yeah. Getting a little late.
Did a Prism make it? I don't know, but my dark horse didn't make it. Maybe Nathan's dark horse made it.
You got confirmation that no Kasai's made it?
Well, that was table 4, so I don't think we saw any at table 1 or 2 or 3, so
gotcha.
I think as long as you avoid Rhinar and Vincent, you beat everything else as Prism.
I mean, if that's true,
That's pretty
that's
good.
pretty good.
Luminaris is a hell of a drug. All right, I'm going to ask our Hong Kong contact roughly how long for top 8.
I got a question for you, chat. What's everybody think about playing for nationals? What do we think? Are we jumping on the Lexi train? Are we finally admitting that Icelander's not a C tier hero? She's actually pretty good, or is it all just Rhea and Majin Bay? And I think Samuel's the one that won the call in Birmingham. What's everybody thinking? What do we think about the meta as well, as a whole, in Classic Constructed? Do we think it's... Because I was thinking to myself, kind of, like, there's a lot of choices as far as, like, decks you could play that are quote-unquote playable. And, like, theoretically, that's the sign of a healthy meta. But how many of those picks are actually, like, truly viable? I guess you have to set a definition on when something becomes viable, right? Because if you have a bunch of decks that have a 50% win rate, but then you have 4 decks that have a 55% win rate, then nothing in the 50 should be viable. It's not a bad deck, but compared to the 4 and the 55, then by definition, it theoretically shouldn't be viable. But I don't know. I guess it just depends on how you define viability. That's right. Icelander C plus C plus tier.
He wins another event, maybe we're talking B minus.
I love Ranger, but I hate the Lexi mirror. I can agree with that. I was in a Zuri main for a while, but can't make Nats. That's unfortunate. However, been on Levy and had the most fun I've had just rolling scabs. Hey, pull it, Dennis. Gaming. Do what you love. Yep. Just don't forget to go again.
Yep. You don't need go again when you have 2 action points.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Prodigy said, I think Icelander's good. People just forgot how to play against her. And
exactly.
I think
exactly.
I think that's a very good that's very well said.
Think about this. People who are playing a deck right now, were you playing that deck 6 months ago? Sorry. 8 months ago. If you were, then you know how to play against Icelander. If you were not, if you do not, you do not know how to play against Icelander. That is the benefit of being a specialist. Icelander basically is a giant skill check for... Basically, Icelander outvalues a lot of decks. So you have to... They kind of put it on you to be proactive. And then they have their Frostbite mechanic and Disruption to prevent you from being proactive. So how do you fight through the Disruption and be proactive? That's something that takes experience.
Yeah. I actually got another good topic. I put out a poll. I don't know if you saw it, Josh, but a couple days ago, I put out a poll on Twitter that said, what is the community's thoughts on frostbites within Flesh and Blood? Just to kind of like gauge what everybody thought about it. Because I was just genuinely curious. Like, I wasn't trying to start any disagreements or anything like that. But it had a total of 563 votes. And there were 4 options. There were the fact that they were unbalanced, they were necessary, not a fun interaction, or you just love it. And only 10% of 563 said it was unbalanced. Which I'm not going to lie to you, I thought that number was going to be way higher because I just hear people complain about frostbites all the time. But the highest voted category was actually the fact that they feel that they're necessary for the game, and that came in at a third of the votes at 34%.
You
They
do
thought that
realize
frostbites were
that
necessary.
you do add up the Oldham refugees plus Icelanders plus Lexis, that's 34%.
There you go. Well,
Statistics
that's the
lie.
thing. Like, love it. Well, love it was 27%. Not
Okay.
a fun interaction was 29. So theoretically, you could lump love it and necessary into the same category, and then you could lump unbalanced and not a fun interaction into the same category, and that would give it a 60-40 split, roughly, in favor of frostbite. So overall, the community seems to think that like the whole design aspect around creating frostbite tokens is healthy for the game.
Let's talk about this from a game design standpoint. This is something that I've brought up several times with you, but I don't know if I've brought it up in many other places. The fact that a card in Flesh and Blood either pitches, except for Gorgonian Tome and others like it, it either pitches for 1, 2, or 3. A lot of cards in a perfectly balanced world should pitch for 2.5 or 1.5, but those aren't valid options. A lot of Bolton's cards should be like 3.5, but they can't.
Right.
They can only make it 4 or 3, and they're like, well, 4 it's too powerful, so let's make it 3, right? And so that's one of the design limitations of this game, is that attacks have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pitch has to be 1, 2, 3.
Right.
I know you haven't played much Magic the Gathering, but a portion of our audience has. One of the ways to balance a spell in Magic the Gathering is to make it 2 generic plus a red, or 1 generic plus red. Those become a generic plus 2 red is much harder to cast, right? So they can make it more powerful.
Right.
That is a lever that doesn't exist in Flesh and Blood at the moment. They could have, I mean, there's a lot of design space still to be explored, but still we're kind of stuck with the fact that like things have to be 5, 6, 7, even though maybe E-Strike would be more balanced at like 4.5 or something, right? So
the best comment that I got on that post, I thought it was genius. Somebody said that there's a whole bunch of decks that want to play 0 cost attacks, and there has to be a deck to punish that. And it makes perfect sense, because if you're never pitching the entire game, then you're completely excluding it. There's 3 aspects of the game with every card: pitch, defense, and then attacking, right? So if you are an all-out aggro that never pitches, you are literally only playing one of the 3 elements of the game. Like, it would be theoretically like just very bland, and whoever can like excel better, basically, in a very short amount of time. So
sounds like
I thought
brag.
that I thought that was an actual genius comment on that. That was my favorite.
So I kind of forgot to link my story with the frostbites. Frostbites would probably be balanced around a 0.5 tax, but they can't do that.
Right.
They have to tax you 1 or 0. So I think as LSS goes through development, they're going to kind of realize. I think they're going to get better and better and better at developing the game. So
I think we just need generic tools to handle that, right? Like, give me some Ugg boots that remove frostbites or something. I don't know.
Silver bullet cards are kind of dangerous, though, because they're... How do I articulate this? Like, if you have to include a card just so you don't lose to another card, Like, at what point does that stop? Like, and it's a very feels bad from your opponent, right? It's like, oh, you had this silver bullet card. Oh no, I'm so sad, right? That's why Kano players hate Oasis Respite, right? Like, most decks don't randomly include them, but what happens if this deck does? Well, then you're just in trouble.
Well, there's still an opportunity cost paid, right? Because you would theoretically suffer in some other matchup, right? Because I have Ugg boots in my sideboard that deal with frostbite. Well, that doesn't do anything against the other 18 heroes in the game.
Another issue with the silver bullet card is that you sideboard before the game. Silver bullet cards in other games like in MTG are fine because you play game 1, then you realize what you need to do in game 2. You put in your silver bullet cards, you draw them, you feel good, right? Whereas here it's like, well, I'm going to put in my silver bullet cards and hope that they are doing the thing that I expect them to do.
Right.
And then you come across a battle Kano or something, you know?
Well, I mean, what about Warmongers, right?
Well, yeah, that's also another hot topic card.
That's a silver bullet that has no opportunity cost that screws over about half the decks in the format.
Yeah. The best Bolton card, as they say. I mean, that's another thing. Like, they have to be very, very, very careful printing blue block 3s at generic. Like, you have to be, like, what is the most recent one? Burdens of the Past?
Yeah, that's
our, yeah, that was our spoiler a couple of months ago,
but this round's on me was really good.
Yeah, like if you print a generic blue block 3 that's like god tier, like,
right,
here's the thing. Somebody could argue that, well, they just need to print enough of them and then there's going to be too many to choose from. Problem solved. Make everything stronger.
Right.
All right, let's see what chat is up to. Rip belittle indeed. Meta seems quite open. Some decks have a greater consistency. That is true. Yeah, it's very difficult in an 80 card strategy to be like insulated against everything, unless you have a blue mana base. That goes a long way, which is why Oldham and Icelander were so strong.
Yep.
I think this is the golden era of Fab. Yeah, we have seen in the last couple sets them kind of like bringing it in a little bit. Like, nothing from Dusk Till Dawn is like majorly broken, right? Like Vincent, Prism, Bolton, and Levia. Like, Levia had her day in the sun, and like the last couple weeks have come back a bit. So I think they got the power level correct on that set. I kind of wish Bolton was better, but you know, say la vie. Yeah, silver bullet cards also hinder future design. That is true. An anti-frostbite armor would have to be a chest, and I would have to compete with the power of tunic. That is another.
Boots.
That was another good point there.
Or like some little hand warmers.
You basically break it, and then it starts the heating process.
There you go. Like, it doesn't even have to be that serious, right? Like literally just generic equipment that says pop it, get rid of a frostbite.
Okay, we should be
like in thaw. That's on the board.
Yeah, thaw. That's on the board would be nice. Okay, so we should be into the quarterfinals in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Sweet. what does everybody think about the new set being solely mechanologist? Um, I'll give my opinion just to start the conversation off. I think it's very risky. I'm not a mechanologist player. I don't
Extremely risky.
hate. Yeah, I don't hate like. I'm just trying to picture it from like the whole shuffle, the 3 or 4 packs, whatever that thing. Like that's genius. Like it helps LGSs. It helps move product. It probably makes the sealed environment way better. Like that's amazing, right? The it's just so hard to keep people interested in games, right? We see, and not just card games, just games in general, right? It's very hard to keep people's attention or keep people interested. And I don't know how, like, let's say you're a ninja guy, right? And like or any class for that matter, and you just get zero like stuff you can't even toy with, right? Like at least in this last set, Dust Till Dawn, you had generics like Poison the Well and Hold the Line, and we've only really seen like Hold the Line kind of like or Censor's even, you know, a decent, and Meeps a little bit. So like you've had some decks be able to like toy with some tools, right? At least something. But this one, and not only that, but you also give what percentage of the player base do we think likes either Shadow, Runeblade, Brute, Light, Illusionist, or Warrior? That's probably half the player base, right? That likes at least one of those categories. Is that fair to say? Like that's probably close.
You named 8
like,
different things, so yeah.
Right. And so, but how many of those people like mechanologists, right?
So I think like, LSS has already sort of addressed this with their list, right? The very back card of the pack is from a list, right? So this is where they could insert new cards from, let's say, I don't know how many cards would be on the list, but let's say there's 50. So I'm not sure if the math works out correctly. So like let's say there's 50, so that means roughly 5 new cards from each class. So it's very similar to Dust Till Dawn. So Runeblade got 5 cards, Brute got 5 cards, Warrior got 5 cards, Illusionist got 5 cards, right? Is that enough?
I don't think it can be that many cards though, because didn't it say in the article that the expansion slot was like 1 in every 16 packs or something? So
it could be.
It would literally be like cold foil rarity almost.
Yeah, so
that's why, like that.
That's why I think they have to like replace one of the tokens with the list or something. I remember seeing something like that. Yeah. That's where they're reprinting Tunic as well. So it's like,
no, I'm all on board for a Tunic.
Some of the cards on the list are going to be reprints, and some of them will be new cards. But this is a way for them to insert like a Runeblade card into a set with no Runeblades. This is the place to do it. And let's say they come up with another Dust Till Dawn set, right? So then on the list, there's not going to be any Brute, Warrior, Runeblade, or Illusionist cards on the list, right? So that means the other 6 classes have more cards. Or 7 classes, whatever we're at now. Yeah, so that... I'm kind of in a wait-and-see mode on that. Like, if they implement it correctly, these kind of wacky sets could be good.
But right now, that expansion slot has to service like 15 classes, right? Because it's just mechanologist is the problem.
Yeah, so. It depends if it's going to be... Like, there's many categories. Like, we have class, we have talent, and we have class talent. So it's like...
Right, yep.
Yeah. That's partly why I'm, like, kind of depressed about Bolton. I'm like, you're not going to get anything for like 7
Right.
years.
Yep. Yeah, but I am super excited about possibly. This is just speculation, right? But the fact that it seems if every card in the set is mechanologist, I would like to make the assumption that this set, more so than any other draftable fab set, you will have the ability to stay open and pivot later
Oh, yeah.
because everything, like, I'm so excited for that because that's been my biggest complaint in the limited so far that I've played is you just I feel like because of the amount of cards you have to choose from, you just have to make a decision too quickly. You don't have enough time to really evaluate your opponent's picks and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
you
So
get punished.
if
You
you
know, it just
draft in this mech set, you're going to have 45 playables. So that's
right
kind of cool. Yeah.
pivot to mech. Yeah.
Pivot to mech. The another thing is like if I think Flesh and Blood probably should have 16 card packs because you have to have equipment and then there's no land mechanic, right? So you literally have to have, if you want a playable deck, you have to have 34 cards on class basically, unless they introduce something like Helios Miter or whatever.
Yeah, by pivot to mech or pivoting in the set, I obviously mean like there's got to be some division between the different mech heroes in the set. One might focus on the armor that transforms. One might focus to like more onboard items. I'm assuming, and then the third one, whoever that is, I think there's three, right? I'm 90% sure there's three
Wait, what?
heroes,
I
and there are three heroes in the set, right?
There's the
They spoiled two,
yeah.
but I think there's a third.
There probably is going to be a third, and they're not going to have like a triangle draft.
Right.
But it seems like two of the heroes are not talented, so it's probably safe to assume the third is not talented either. So,
Right.
Basically, every card will be playable in every deck, which is cool.
Right. Well, you have to do it that way if you're just shuffling packs and playing it. So that's a safe assumption. So I'm super excited about that format. I think that's a very cool idea.
And the sealed experience is also better.
Right.
Like
exactly. This will be the best sealed experience in the entire game.
Yeah. So,
I don't know how much weight that carries. That's the data point we need.
Well, that opens up the ability to have limited callings again. That is something we haven't had for a very long time. It's because, well, Tales of Briar messed up the sealed experience. No, it's in sealed. It was not Tales of Oldham.
Right.
It was Tales of
sealed. Yeah.
Triple embodiment of Earthbriar.
Oh, that was so good. Loved it.
1 boost, 1 evo, 1 items. Exciting.
Yep.
Cool.
From a limited perspective, I'm all for it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
The only concern I have is I don't know if it'll keep the attention in the constructed formats of players staying interested in like a new, format, if you will.
So if they add, generally it looks like they're adding to, they're basically dumping 2,000 LL points into the system every 4 months, and they're adding 2 heroes every set. It looks like that's what they're trying to do. So adding 2 new mech heroes into the adult into CC is gonna shake it up. Like, plus we have heroes probably rotating out, so I think it all hinges on whether or not the list is good. And it also said that there's going to be a ton of items if they're generic items.
Yeah.
I mean, Epot is one of the most influential cards of the game, so.
Mechanologist Remembrance. You heard it here first.
Mechanologist Remembrance. Mechanologist D-React. When's that happening? Absorption Dome, not good enough.
Looking for even more scraps.
Yeah. Looking for scrap card.
In the shuffle up and play, answering the most bottom question. I think the expansion slot is not a playable slot, if I'm not mistaken.
You just kind of
because there's no shot they're gonna let you run a tunic in sealed. Like there's zero chance they're gonna let that happen. It'll be like your cold foil slot where you can't. Well, that's actually kind of weird because in sealed you can play.
Yeah, they're probably gonna change it again.
Yeah, they'll change it. Yeah.
There's been a lot of
Everybody's
inconsistencies.
running with a tunic.
Yeah. Like halfway, they're like, you know what? Instead of like the first WTR and ARC, the alpha at the bottom, it was written WTR, and then Unlimited Edition had the circle with a solid color, and then in Crucible War, they're like, no, we're gonna change it, and then going forward, so there's a lot of inconsistencies, and then they learn and they realize. So this one could be another one. They're like, you cannot play cold foil or token slot cards in your deck, and now they're like, well, sure. It's a little bit hard to keep it all straight. Pre-errata Briar was gross. Tell me about it.
I still remember
block
this
for 5. Block for 5.
Josh,
10.
You remember that armory right when the set came out, right when Tales of Aria came out. The very next day we had an armory, and I showed up and I played Josh, and I just built what was basically a not as good Cheerios Briar. It was just a bunch of Captain's Call, a bunch of Zero Cost Tax, and I was like, I'm just never gonna pitch this whole game. This was the day after Tales came out, and Josh, I think I won our game. I had to have been at 30 life.
I believe so. I remember you blocked for 10 with 2 cards, and I was like,
he's like,
great.
Something's not right.
This is not quite right. Yeah, very, very good times, good times. If Met D-React doesn't happen this set, it'll never happen.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they probably have some design philosophies, and maybe not giving Mecha D-React is one of those design philosophies. We also have the Roundtable product. That is coming out soon, and we haven't heard much about it. That's the product with the professor.
Is it like new cards, or is it?
Yeah, there are new cards.
Is it kind of like classic battles?
I think it's like a 4-player classic battles, basically. I think it's designed for UPF, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So it's not the PvE product, right?
No. That is not coming until next year.
Okay.
Or is it coming this year? It's not coming this year, right? I think it's coming next year. Yeah. Oh! He joined. Gotta fix it. All right. Looks like we have a game getting set up here.
Top 8. I recognize the 2 play. Is this Bun and the Iru or the Kasai we just saw? The SpongeBob?
I don't think. Oh, SpongeBob made it? Oh, he's got to be.
SpongeBob made it.
Oh, man. All right. So let's see here.
Did they send you the top 8?
Yeah, I'll ask for it. Wait a second.
Well, I definitely know that's Bun on chain, and then this is the Kasai player that we saw in the last
round. Believe the Kasai player's 8th seed. I believe Bun is 1st seed, if I had to guess.
That would make sense.
All right, this is the quarterfinal. All right. And hero 1. Chain. Hero 2 is Kasai. Okay, Bun is 6-1 and Ka Chun Chan is 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Kasai's going first.
So, Josh, do you know who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants and his snail, Gary.
I was just curious if you knew anything about it. I was just curious if you knew anything about it.
I'm asking Ken which seed they are. I presume this might not be first seed actually, but it is possible. When we have an update on the top 8 composition, we will let you guys know. But yeah, okay, so let's just talk about this since it looks like they've already drawn their hands. Yep. Bun is the higher seed. He elected to have Kasai go first. If Bun thinks that's the best play, I agree with him.
Well, I mean, it's all about tempo, right?
It's all about tempo, yes.
Like, yeah.
What armor piece is that? Is that the new one? That's not Aether Iron Weave. That's
No, that's Carapace. Yeah, the one that blocks 3 and has AB2, which obviously AB2 here is completely irrelevant, but that is still a healthy fridge. And I think the most important part is it's half the value of Husk, but more importantly, you can break it up into smaller pieces. That's the one downside to carrying Husk is you have to utilize it all in one block. Whereas against Kasai, like we saw in that brute match earlier before, it's a valid strategy to just jam pieces of armor on that first swing to really deny the copper acquisition, right? And you can so literally with Bun's fridge, he can literally just nullify, assuming there's no reactions, the first 4 swings with the first Centauri Saber. So, obviously, he doesn't have to waste the armor here because it's turn 0. But
this armor suite is excellent against Kasai. Okay, we got some updates on the top 8. So we have 3 Chain, 2 Ira, 2 Kano, and 1 Kasai. So of note, none of the Rhinars made it. The top placing Rhinar was actually Dennis. He bubbled at 9th. So our top 8 is Bun, Xing, Wu Zulong, Calvin Law, Alan Lau, Ho Chun Lai, Pudding Tam, and Ka Chun Chan. Very stacked top 8.
So no prisms.
There are no prisms. So we both lost that. All right. So Bun has decided to block with his Revel. Also of note, Kasai presented no AB here. I guess that does make sense. You generally don't want to pitch for AB. And he's... Alright, so he's Bun laying down the whole hand here. And I think Kasai is just going to have to... Okay, Kasai is just going to have to be happy that he got 2 points of damage in. No Arsenal, though. The general rule of thumb is that you always want to Arsenal on turn 0 going first. But opting for damage here, I guess.
I mean, he did get 2 damage out of that card plus a copper token. So, you really want your cards to extract at least a value of like 3.5 to 4 per card. But there's an argument to be made that a copper could be worth a value of 1, right? And he got 3 value there. And
so my kind of feeling on this is that kind of like how you like to plan ahead with your Tomo Harvest, I like to plan ahead with my punctures. So if he draws a hand with a blue and a Spoils of War and he doesn't have a pump, he's very sad, right?
Right.
So I think I would have personally preferred to set the puncture into Arsenal. But it's close. It is close. Bun and Chain name a better duo. I cannot. All right, we got Mob Skies here into that's Swarming Gloomveil. Armor coming out here for Kasai here. And Bun gonna activate Chain's ability. And come in with the Rosetta Thorn here. And Kasai is probably going to give a card up here. Or an armor. Looks like you're giving armor here. This is a matchup where I don't mind giving armor this early. Because, I mean, other than Plunder Run, there's not very many on-hit effects from Chain. And setting up Courage and Valiant Dynamo allows you some flexibility in your plays. All right, looks like we're going to start the turn off with a Slice and Dice red here, followed up by a Hit and Run. All right, Centauri Saber here going to come across for 3 or 4.
Using the Hit and Run for the first source of go again just never feels good, but sometimes, just like using your Maverian Skies to give your Swarming go again, sometimes you just do what you got to do. So I would say both players are just having like a rocky start the first couple hands, because obviously Bun with 3 cards produced 7 damage with the Chain. That's not exactly where you want to be, but we'll see how it turns out.
So I think it is imperative that Bun prevents 2 copper from being generated on this turn. I think you'd be okay letting him generate 1, but letting him generate 2 kind of puts him in a spot where the next hand that he rips could be strong enough to go. And but looks like Bun has an Art of War in hand as well. So
yeah, I think the armor's flying here.
Yep.
Yeah, because you got Art of War in hand, you have Plunder Run in Arsenal. I mean, if there was ever a time to jam the armor, it's here.
Yep. He's picking up his Spellbound Creepers, so is he just going to use these as you like to say, expensive Iron Rots?
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically easy Iron Rot, basically. But at the same time, it's actually a very tough block to make, right? Because his mindset is obviously he doesn't want to be wasteful and use his grasp, right? But I mean, I guess you do have to just do the analysis on whether you think the 1 value wasted, quote unquote, is going to outperform the use of creepers. But maybe Bun is realizing that this game is not going to last very long, and maybe that the next turn with the Art of War and Plunder Run, he's going to get Kasai so low that he's not really going to need the creepers, and he's just looking to get the maximum amount of block out of his equipment.
And we saw him block with a Revel. That's kind of one of the key targets that you want to be playing, other than maybe Plunder Run is also another good target for Spellbound Creepers. All right, 5-card hand here. Bun did not hit on a Shackle, but Art of War and Plunder Run at the ready here. This is going to be a pretty difficult turn for Kasai to navigate. We did see that the Kasai does run some D-Reacts from the the Swiss round 7. Also has Valiant Dynamos at the ready. Also has Crown of Providence, so could be looking at 15 block if he needs it. But I really do think the Plunder Run is going to hit true here with the Art of War in hand.
Well, it's also like with creepers being gone, one of the things that you're scared of the most is like the creepers bringing in the plunder run during the reaction phase, and
Right.
then basically you have an attack where there is no relevant on hit effect, but then when it's too late, the on hit effect is developed, and you get that card draw. But now the Kasai player really doesn't have to worry about that, so he just gets to take everything at face value, which is definitely an advantage you can take.
Yep. All right, Minnowism into Plunder Run into Chain Activation into a Bounding Demigon. This is gonna hurt. They have to get out the big dice here for this one. All right, 9 damage here.
So that's the biggest bounding you've ever seen.
Yeah, that's a chonky bounding here. Well, luckily Warrior does block pretty well here, but Art of War is still at hand here. I mean, this Plunder Run is drawing a card here, I think.
Yep, that bounding is dummy thick, and this turn is not anywhere close to being anywhere near over.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So D-React in hand, most likely. All right, never mind.
Looks like Bun's actually going the route of just arsenaling the Art of War. Maybe the hand just didn't fit the right way. Mm-hmm. Maybe he was kind of go again to prod because Creepers is gone.
Yeah. It'll be stronger on a turn where he hits something off Shackles. This was an attack for 9 and a block for 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so he took 4. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we have Swarming Gloomveil coming in now. 3 go again. And with a Sink Blow from Arsenal here, covering up the Gloomveil. We have a pitch for Rosetta
really
here.
Interesting because he could have Sink Below on the bounding to stop the draw.
Correct. That does strike me as curious as well. And throwing Crown here to fix his hand. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so Kasai is going to enter this turn with 2 cards, 3 cards, looks like.
3, yep.
No Arsenal. And this screams Blade Runner here or Glint. This is a perfect time to use Grasp. And this is one of the issues that I kind of get a feeling. I don't play that much Kasai, but I play against Kasai a lot, and I feel like using your armor correctly really shuts down their tempo, and it messes up their pace of progression. And like, if you can't generate copper, like, you're not... Kasai really, really struggles.
Yeah, I think Kasai is only sitting on the 1 copper that he got on turn 0.
Correct.
So there has, unless there's a dice on there that I can't see, it looks like there actually is maybe 2 copper.
There could be 2 copper,
but still,
not sure.
Not exactly where you're looking to be at.
Yep. Looks like with Art of War, Bun is just going to shape his hand a little bit. And yeah, sending Art of War to the bottom All right, we have
Now,
Blade Runner.
normally I would say that's crazy, but it's Bun. So in Bun we trust.
Is that another Art of War? Second from the top here.
Uh, I can't make it out. I saw the belittle.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think Bun is not super concerned with this hitting. I mean, realistically, there's not a good way to block a buffed Centauri Saber from Chain. How many
Right.
how many 3-block non-attacks are they running? Like none.
Non-attacks?
Like Mob Skies blocks 2, Plunderbound blocks 2,
Yeah.
Rebel blocks 2.
I don't think there is anything else
Sorry, Minimism blocks 2. So yeah, Bud is not blocking this. He's just deciding how best to use his hand.
He's using his opponent's turn to think about his play.
It's the Kano inside him dies slowly. Because there's just too much value if he partially blocked the Centauri Saber. And then to fully block a Blade Runner plus a Blade Runner buffed Centauri Saber is tough. So another thing that I want to point out is Bun has been denying the first hit, which denies the Brave Forge Bracers, which is leaving Kasai with 1 energy consistently.
Yep.
Every single turn.
So what you're saying is Team Blue Pitch came prepared. Who would have known? Who would have known that they came with a solid strategy ready to take it down?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought sinking the Art of War was a little bit wild, but I'm telling you, Bun is by far the best chain player that I know. And I'm sure he has the perfect reasoning on why he did so.
All right. Taking a bunch of damage here. 5 damage. 4 damage. It's going to trigger his Copper, trigger his Dynamo's Arsenal. And if I was Ka-Chun Chan, I would be...
double hit.
I would, and then I saw Shadow Verse and Ghostly Visit get banished. I'd be...
Did he draw blood on her hands, though? That's the question, because he really needs it now.
Here's the thing, like, 3... If he has 3 Copper, that's not enough. It'll do decently, but... Like, you can't even select attack twice.
Right.
Which is the issue. Like, you're going to need 1 source of go again, which is kind of the issue. Or 2.
So you really need 4 minimum to really get maximum value.
All right, here we go. Belittle, showing Shrill. And I wonder if Ka-Chun Chan caught that Art of War was on the bottom of the deck there. Because
that would scare the crap out of me.
If he saw that Bun sank Art of War, I would be crapping myself. All right, grabbing a Minnowism here. Is that a red one or a blue one? Probably a red one, considering he has 2 pitch here.
Can't tell if that's red or blue. He has 2 floating, so...
Oh, he has another... There's the other Art of War. Okay,
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. So, he can basically put him on having an Art of War in hand here. Assuming he saw the Art of War go to the bottom. And he's going to flash in the Art of War here. Going to banish a Shrill. So, playing Art of War as intended. Instead of the...
Ooh, with the Soul Reaping. Yikes.
Yep. That is... Soul Reaping is pretty strong. Doesn't have relevant on-hit text against Kasai, but still allows you to get a ton of value.
Sure would be nice if Bun had creepers here, huh?
Yep, it would be.
Maybe not. I see the minnow, but I think the minnow is a blue, so it's more like a mana resource right now. I'm not sure, and he has a soul reaping and a one more attack, Shadow of Ursa in hand. No, that's in banish. Two unknown cards, but
So Bun is actually keeping his life total perfectly at 9 here. I think he's going to be very reluctant to drop to 8 because there's some risk. If you drop to 8 and then the Centauri Saber comes across, you actually die to double pump. So I think he's going to try to clear his banish zone here. Shadow Verser's definitely gonna help a little bit here, depending on what he banishes from hand. Looks like he's got a Howl as well in hand. No, sorry, that's Soul Reaping.
the soul reaping. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only issue is his only blood debt card in his hand, I believe, is Ghostly Visit.
Yep.
And typically you would want to banish via Soul Reaping, but the problem is he has the Shadow of Ursa in his banish zone, so he's trying to find the best way to play Soul Reaping, get as much advantage as you can from it, while also trying to give that Shadow of Ursa go again from banish zone, because it is at a premium right now because Art of War is in effect. So that Shadow of Ursa would be coming in for 3 with go again.
Yep. Is there a world where he arsenals the Soul Reaping?
It is possible. It depends on whether he decides. He's basically doing the math on whether it's worth it to take the damage by leaving the Ghostly Visit in the banish zone. Because he only has so much go again, right? Is the real problem. And so it's, do you arsenal the Soul Reaping and not take damage, or do you push more damage to try and force cards out of Kasai's hand by arsenaling or by playing out the Soul Reaping instead of arsenaling it? That's the debate. Do you want to force more damage or take less blood debt?
Very, very complicated situation here for Bun. But I have no doubt he will find the best line here. There is some... I'm not sure how much Chain in this situation has to, take into account what Kasai can do on the crackback here. Because I think at 9 life, you're not that scared of too many things here. Looks like he's going to play it out here, play out the Shadow of Ursa here. Coming in for, I believe, what is that? 2 + 1 + 3, so 6. Yep, 6, 6 go again here. And Kasai going to lay down in the swing and hit and run here. Looks like he's got a That's All You Got in hand, maybe? I'm not exactly sure. All right, Ghostly Visit coming in here.
The player does. Yep.
Ghostly Visit coming in for 5 here. And this does have go again, so he used Chain in between. And looks like he's going to pitch for Rosetta Thorn, maybe grasp Rosetta Thorn, and then arsenal the last card. And he'll take 1 blood.
Hanging on to that Soul Reaping.
Yep. All right, Dynamos plus Blade Runner here. Going to take 1 here. Pitching Captain's Call. Making a Rune Chant and 2/2/1. Oh, no.
Oh, going for the
All
visit instead.
Interesting. So, like I said before, I think Bun's prioritizing staying at 9 here. Because that's a perfect amount of life to avoid getting double pumped.
Well, if you break down the math on playing the Ghostly Visit over the Rosetta Thorn, on face value it looks like you're only presenting 1 more damage, but you're actually getting 2 more value because you're not taking the blood debt damage at the end.
Correct.
So it's all you're doing is you're sacrificing a little bit from a later turn to extract 2 value now, which you're kind of ahead on tempo right now, being in Bun's spot. So I definitely 100% think it's the right play, and then you get to arsenal that juicy Soul Reaping.
All right, Kasai, I So one of the issues with the Kasai is that if she's stuck at 3 copper, it's very difficult for her to get a 4th copper without keeping 2 cards. And I don't think Bun is going to let Kasai keep 2 cards for the rest of the game here. So he's basically stuck at 3 copper here. And that's going to make things really tough here.
Well, he has to block here no matter what, right? Because he can't go to 1.
Yeah.
Because then without AB, he just loses to grasp, right?
He has 1 card in hand at the moment, I believe, right? So I think
I'm almost certain you just have to block with it.
Yeah.
But even then, I don't see a real way out, to be honest.
Yeah, Art of War really, really, really paying dividends here.
Art of War and Chain? What?
And you know, this deck has got to be easier to play than the old Chain deck, because we don't see Bun picking up his deck, counting his deck as much, because he's shuffling his deck, right? So he's just like, yeah, if I banish Art of War, I banish Art of War, whatever. All right. Kasai dumping the whole hand there. Leaks a bunch of damage. And is in defense mode here. But with Soul Reaping and Arsenal, there's not... And a bounding on the first hit here. Oh, yeah, double bounding here. All right.
I mean, Revel just wins the game, right? We saw him block with 1 on turn 0, so the Kasai player's probably just really worried about where that second copy of Revel is. There's no telling at this point because we haven't seen it. But with bounding in the banish zone, really, I think Kasai's only out is if Bun gets stuck with like all attack actions and no non-attacks. I think is really the only shot he really has.
Yep. I think we've also seen Dynamo's reset for the last time here. So
for sure.
The value of Kasai's hands are basically going to be capped at 12 here. All we have to do is see 1 damage leak through and then a successful Revel in Weird Blood. And that'll be the knockout.
Looks like Bun might actually have a lot of attacks. I can't.
Yep. Could be.
We know he has the Soul Reaping, right? So we know that for sure.
Yep. Gonna banish a card there. Six block quickly from the Kasai. Alright, with the go again, what is the play here?
Well, currently nothing's playable out of banish because he hasn't played a non-attack.
Yep. Which is
that's a brick if I ever seen one.
Wow.
Yep, this is not a good sign.
And he's gonna take 3 damage here. Ooh.
I think I actually see the Revel. Is that?
Yeah. But he doesn't have another non-attack to activate.
Right. Right. I can't tell if it's Revel or not, but definitely looks like he has no access to any non-attacks.
Yep. A little bit of breathing room here for Kasai. I mean, the worst that could come here is
another 4 damage. Maybe?
Another 4 damage plus a rune chant, probably. I mean, it's still going to get a card here, but Kasai will have 2 cards to do something. So
really get the boots back online is the most
yeah.
important thing to cover up those breakpoints. And he needs to stay as healthy as possible to deny the win via.
Well, it's definitely going down to 4 here is the issue. So Bun basically knows that if he arsenals he's going to play it out for no value.
Yeah, I think he's playing it just to
reduce the blood debt. It is.
So this has no go. I thought he was playing it to get the Rosetta online to guarantee 3 damage in the arcane.
Mm-hmm.
But instead he's
dealing 1 damage and then leaking 4 against 3 here. So he's going to leak 2 damage here.
So the line there was he was strictly playing Revel to be able to play Unhallowed Rites.
Yep.
Was the idea behind that line.
Oh, Heart of Fendel here. Huge.
That's a good card to have right now.
Yeah.
If he has a Go Again enabler in Arsenal, then that's actually massive.
Yep. We've seen both Revels and Rune Blood now used from Bun. Looks like he does have a non-attack. That's a Nimbleism in the top of his hand. And Grasp. Gonna jump in front of this. Run through.
That's a good one.
Yep, into a breakpoint here, a 4 or 5. Bun has just been so on point about blocking the first attack. And that has really slowed down the copper generation. It looks like he's going to get 4 copper, though, this turn. But he does not have Courage of Bladehold anymore. So, in order to play the Blood Underhands combo, it's going to have to pitch for it, which is not ideal. And there's no way
This is actually one reason why the heads-up play from Bun to play the Revel to get the extra blood debt out of your banish zone is actually a very good play, because it literally turns this into a very from a bad situation into a not so bad situation, because he didn't take the extra damage and he can actually clear the banish zone on his next turn.
Yep. Bun knows that next turn he's going to strip enough cards that Kasai can't keep a 2-card hand. So the only way for the Kasai player to win is basically to arsenal a attack react.
He needs to remember his boots. He did. Okay. Uh-oh.
Bounding, Howl with invert.
Is Nourishing in the graveyard?
I don't believe it is. No legal target there for invert.
Well, without creepers, this is
a tough hand to navigate here. I mean, he has so much blood debt at the moment. This is... He could clear 2 of it, right? Potentially 3.
No,
so he could clear 3, right? Because the Howl can be played pretty easily.
You could technically clear 4, right? You can play 2 boundings. You can play invert. You might not get damage off of invert, but you can at least play it.
Right.
And then you can play a Howl. So he's guaranteed
to.
And he has a blue vexing.
Yeah. Okay,
he could also just win the game off of vexing.
There's an Art of War. All right, this is actually a pretty tense moment here. The Art of War basically giving him a 3rd source of go again, right? So, or a 2nd source of go again, so he could go 3 wide here.
I think the problem is his only blue in his hand is the Vexing Malice, which is the only attack. So I think the Art of War, there's a very good chance that it actually ends up getting pitched. Or if it does get played, it'll be used for the +1 and go again. not the banish and draw 2. Which there is a valid line to try and get the 1 damage via Art of War, the sneaky damage, if you will, and then try to clean it up with 3 arcane from either the Vexing Malice or the Grasp into Rosetta, or whatever the case may be.
I think Bun is considering here what happens if Kasai has Sigil Solace. That is not an uncommon card for Kasai to play. If you go too all in on the arcane damage here, that could be an issue. Also, if Kasai is playing Nourishing, which almost certainly she is, that invert eventually will be online, so it might be worth it to take a damage here to keep it in there.
Oh, that's a Belittle. So he's for sure going to pitch the Art of War, play the Belittle, reveal the Vexing, go grab a blue, and keep going.
That Art of War looks like it's in a pitch position there, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pitch the Art of War to play a Belittle.
Yep.
And then reveal the Vexing Malice to go get a blue.
Yep.
So that way you can afford the Invert and the Howl and all those other cards.
Yep. And great minds think alike. Here we go. Art of War being pitched. Belittle, reveal, Vexing, grab Minnowism, blue. Shuffle that deck. Getting a little thin. It's not. And that is what we call the Nourishing Emptiness check.
Yep.
All right, so
I think the line that Bun's going for is just literally trying to play as much Blood Dead as he possibly can this turn.
Yes, because you really don't want to drop to any lower here. It makes your future plays like it. I think Bud is very aware of how much Blood Dead is left in his deck, and
we are going for a little arcane.
All right, looks like he's saying, "I don't think you run Sigil Solace in your Kasai deck," and
I mean, it's pretty good because it's.
And now we have Rosetta here.
7?
Yeah, and we have Rosetta coming behind here. And there we go. And Bun takes it there over Kachan Chan. Bun having a good day. First seed after Swiss. And wins his match in the quarterfinals. Well played from him. I think if you're Kasai and you're forced to go first, I think you're in a tough position right from the get-go.
For sure.
Yeah. Not to discount anything that, Bun did that game, but that level of armor is partly why I think Kasai is just you need a hero that gets online quicker.
Right.
Kasai is great against decks that are, looks like we're just jumping into the next game. Cool.
That's Alan if I ever saw one.
Oh boy.
Looks like Bun and Alan Lau.
Oh man. I mean, I wouldn't expect anybody else in the semis.
Well, this is going to be the so enlightening chain mirror, right?
Yep. Tell me how this works.
Well, it's obviously there's skill involved, right? But it really does come down to the sequencing of cards. For example, last game when Bun had his first turn and only presented 7 damage with 3 cards, if that happens in the mirror match, you can lose hold of the game very, very quickly if you ever have a slip up turn like that, because the margins are so thin. So, like I said, there is a lot of skill involved. I don't like to say that the matchup is variance based because you still have to play your cards in the correct sequence and, like play optimum value fab. But at the same time, you know, the game's not going to last long, and if you miss all your banishes, then you're basically a little bit behind.
This is an uphill battle here for Alan, right? Because Bun is first seed, and that's pretty massive here, right?
For sure.
All right. I think we have the.
And it's actually pretty interesting because
the
new chess piece actually kind of shifted the norm in the Runeblade mirror, especially in the chain mirror match. I think anybody before the new set came out, most of the time it was more beneficial to go first, because you got your shackles going. You could 9 times out of 10 you leaked a decent amount of arcane damage, and it was just overall more beneficial. But with the new Carapace, I think you have the ability to kind of counter that strategy, and I think there's actually more value to be had going second, starting with that tempo. Which might be the difference in their equipment, right? We see Alan running the Carapace, which might insinuate Bun chose to go first, maybe?
Yeah, that's interesting. They're not loading out with the same equipment.
Or I'm sorry. So Bun did run with Carapace, so he
Yes.
chose to go second, forcing Alan to go first. That makes perfect sense.
Correct. Alan gonna grasp. And looks like they're gonna adjust the camera a little bit for us. Yeah, there we go. Roughly correct there. Okay. All right. So I've never played a chain mirror in my life. How bad is it going first in this mirror?
In Blitz, like I said, the chess piece really turned the game on its head. Being able to stop the arcane damage coming in off of Rosetta and Vexing Malice and cards like that's why you saw him pitch the Vexing Malice, because if you didn't present that chess piece, if you were on Carrying Husk or whatever, Alan would not have even thought about it. He would have made a rune chant, jammed Vexing Malice, and got 3 damage in from the get go. Yep. But because of that new chess piece,
can't do that.
You really just start with tempo, and that's just so much more valuable than quote unquote getting your shackles going and getting an arsenal.
Yep.
But at the same time, Bun's hand doesn't look all that exciting. I saw a Shadow of Ursa and a ghostly visit. But not a whole lot else going on. The Mauve Skies.
Yep. Looks like a fairly off turn here for Bun. He's gonna pitch the Vexing Malice. Gonna play out the Howl. Gonna shackle up here and he's gonna launch an attack here. Ghostly Visit here for 7.
So that was the problem. He didn't want to give up the arsenal to swing Rosetta, but I think in this instance you're just kind of forced to because it's worth the value of 5 damage, which assuming that's a blue Mauvrian Skies, so you can make a rune chant and then go 2 and 2.
Yep.
And getting 5 value from 1 card, I think you always do that when you can.
Early armor jam here from Alan. So he's going to cover this up completely. Any crown activation here?
I think he's just jamming the armor to make sure that he gets a longer runway to actually before he has to throw in the husk.
Yep.
Because one of the ways that you can leverage a small advantage in the chain mirror is forcing your opponent to be inefficient with their husk. And so Alan is just trying to wait till the absolute last second to throw that in there.
Yep. He's going to throw the grasp in again.
Yep.
At 16 here. That's a kind of a magic number, right? 16, because it puts you out of invert range to get your husk popped. Right. Looks like Alan doesn't banish anything useful. Nimblism into chain activation into Shrill. Just a nice casual 8. With a... Hey! This chain's playing Viserai.
It looks like Viserai and Briar together.
Yep.
But what that does mean is he definitely
Nimblism doesn't apply to Shrill. Oh,
correct. That that either means that the hand was so bad that he literally needed to play Nimblism to be able to get the extra 2 damage on Rosetta, or it means that that arsenal is swarming Gloomveil. Which would make perfect sense because you really want to well, I guess if it was swarming, I'm not sure why you would play the Nimblism out front. I guess you don't want to just break. Chain players sometimes get in the habit of not wanting to break the chain, but in a lot of cases, especially because Bun's not on carrying husk, there's not a whole lot of reason to like be worried about breaking the chain.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Bun just going to get that in, and you predicted it. Swarming Gloomveil there.
It's like I've played Runeblade once or twice.
Oh, man. Got a profit over here. All right.
So, I mean, really good value, and got the 2 and 2 coming after, so very solid turn from Alan.
Yep. It's going to be off an arsenal, but when you play turns this smooth, yeah, it's pretty good. So, how big of a factor is Art of War in this matchup?
It's kind of it puts you far ahead if you can leverage it. The problem is not drawing Art of War. It's drawing Art of War where the game state is in a way that you can keep every single card.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice the turn cycle here, Alan executed 3 plus 5, that's 8 plus 5, then 6, then 4. So he did 15 damage on 5 cards, which is pretty good. And Bun during his 4-card hand only presented I think 11 on the 4-card hand. So Bun had a very slow start, but he did start with tempo. So we will see how it unfolds the rest of the way. Bun is getting those belittles, though.
Banish a Revel here. A little bit sad times here. But, yep, we got a belittle here. Going to reveal Shadow Reverser. Go find that probably red Minnowism if I had to guess. Yep, that looks red to me.
I would say the only downside to red Minnow, I would really like to see Bun kind of arsenal that Minnowism to disincentivize the use of Husk, and then just keep the attacks really low to the ground, throw 3s and 2s and 4s to try and minimize because the second you Minnowism into something, it's getting husked, right? And Alan's getting a fair amount of value from, right? And whereas if you keep playing like Shadow of Ursa and then Vexing Malice and cards like that, and then like maybe end with a Rosetta swing that may or may not have arcane damage, you really, force him. Well, now he's already dedicated that he'll do it, right?
Yep.
Since he took that damage. So
very
now you
incentivized
really
now.
want to stay. Yeah. Now you really want to.
To arsenal the red minnow here.
So yeah, so I fully expect probably a, if I had to guess, I mean, Shadow of Ursa for 2, banishing the Rift Bind to give it go again, and then you play the Shackle into the Rift Bind, and then swing Rosetta, and then arsenal that Minnowism, because you're not getting value from the Minnowism except for the Rosetta swing, which is probably not worth it.
Yep. And so Alan knows one of the cards in hand is the red Minnowism, so he's gonna put himself into Bun's, shoes and try to figure out. All right. Now the thing is, like, if he husks too early, then Bun can actually go like Minnowism into something, right? So he's probably gonna just have to husk the attack that is shackled or the Rosetta, which is kind of feels bad.
Well, the next attack that Bun has to throw is Shadow Versa, right? Because he needs to like put the other card into the banish zone to give it go again.
Mm-hmm.
And with that being said, there's no point in giving the husk up there because you're only blocking 2 damage, and you can get the same value on the Rosetta Thorn, right?
Yep.
Which you know is the minimum coming. So on the Rift Bind, once you see the Rift Bind, you can kind of deduce that,
Oh, he's playing it out.
that's what's been. Okay, so then we're going to see an auto husk here for 5.
Okay.
He's just going to throw it in there. Easy peasy. This
looks like Bun just wanted to play his whole hand out. Didn't want to set up with the red minnow. Taking the Rift Bind here. Rosetta Thorn coming across here. Even life totals here, but Rosetta Thorn's still on the stack here.
Yeah, it does look like he wasted the Minnowism, but at the same time, he did get refunded 2 points of value from turning on the Arcane on the Rosetta. So you have to ask yourself, is the Minnowism worth more than... And he also got an extra damage on the Rift Bind. So technically, he was fully refunded.
Yeah.
The question is, would it have been worth more at a later turn? That's to be debated. But technically, he did get a full refund of 3 on that Minnowism. And then we got perfect shackles from Alan to really turn this game around.
Mind you, this is only turn 2. Sorry, this is Alan's 3rd turn. Oh boy. This has been quite the slugfest here. Plunder Run from hand here. Looks like he has another Plunder Run of Shadow Verser, I think. But this Plunder Run is going to be kind of a thorn in Bun's side here the whole turn here. Shadow of Ursa being pitched here. I'm going to play the Unhallowed.
Yeah, I think Bun's just going to start reaching for the equipment to cover up break points and then go from there.
Yep.
Really don't want Alan drawing here, especially off of the perfect shackle.
Yep, I think Bun basically has to try to block out this turn. He knows that Alan's probably going to go too wide with a Thorn so he's just got to cover up 2 attacks here, probably.
And also, Alan does have another Plunder Run in hand, I believe.
Yep.
So if there is an event where, Bun's feeling a little risky on the card draw, he can literally creepers in the second Plunder Run in reactions and then get the double draw, which is... that would probably be game ending depending on what was drawn off of it.
Yep.
But also, are you scared of Art of War here? Right? Like, do you block 4 and then just to have Art of War played and it bumps it up by 1? Tricky situation.
Well, if there's any 2 chain players I trust to navigate this situation. I'm sure both of these players are also getting a good whenever you fight another strong player, even if it's a struggle, it's still a fulfilling experience, and I'm sure they're both having a lot of fun here. Not much in the graveyard here. In fact, really, not two of them are equipment pieces. Or one of them, sorry, is equipment piece. I think Bun is thinking very, very, very hard here about whether or not to. Because if you're not blocking this attack, there's the whole what if, right? What if he creepers in Revel in Runeblood? What if he creepers in another Plunder Run? Right? Mm-hmm. So I think the safer play here is to block this out, but then you get blown out by Art of War. So really, really not an easy situation here. Looks like Bun is going to deploy the Grasp alongside a card from hand. Going to cover up this first attack. There we go. Soul Reaping plus Grasp jumping in front of there. And Alan's going to play out another attack here from his Banished Zone. Bounding Demigod here. Still has the Plunder Run trigger. So this is going to demand another block here from hand from Bun. Oh. Looks like... Oh, is that not...
Yep.
Yeah.
We're getting the double draw. I tried to tell him.
Yep.
Oh, it must have been a blue bounding.
Yeah, it must have been a blue bounding. So this Plunder Run is just to get his action point back here. Still turning a Plunder Run into a 2-2 is not bad.
Well, it's actually pretty good for Bun here because Alan literally used 2 cards to turn on the Arcane for Rosetta Thorn, so he got 2 value from both. And he blocked out all. He blocked out. Great.
Yeah, he blocked out all the Plunder Runs. That was a blue bounding there. That is actually a massive difference there.
Yep.
Sometimes it is very, very tough for us to see the pitch cards. All right, Revel, another Revel going through the Banish Zone here, but he does have a bounding.
You guys see an invert? Yep, an invert, a Shadow of Ursa.
And Alan does not have AB, so this is dangerous times here. Belittle, Reveal, Shadow. Gonna grab probably the other red minnow, and that is... And this is why this is why Belittle is no longer in CC. Oh boy. Extra value town.
Well, the worst part about it is his Bun can actually activate creepers to throw down the Minnowism, so that way he can play the Shadow of Ursa and the Bounding and Rosetta Thorn to really force Alan's hand and kind of get all the possible cards he can. Mm-hmm. And that looks like that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep, Shadow of Ursa here. Not going to banish anything, but he has the extra action point from the Minnowism off of creepers. Coming in here for 5, I believe. And
yep.
I think Alan is going to have to figure out how he wants to win this game, because if he drops to 1, he's going to die to the Carrion Husk. So he's basically has to drop to 2 here, which basically means the Rosetta Thorn.
Right, and then assuming the bounding is red, that you got another 8 damage coming in.
Yep.
So it's not looking good for Alan right now.
It is definitely not. Chain into bounding here. Gonna get another card from Alan here. And then Rosetta should finish us off here. I mean, indirectly from the husk, yeah.
Husk, right?
Yep.
Right.
Alan's gonna see what he gets. Oh, 3 misses here. Gonna die to the Kieran Husk. And good game.
He did have an invert.
He had an invert in his
arsenal,
in his arsenal. So he's looking for another invert, huh? Yep. I guess he needs another. He didn't have
the pitch. Yeah, he needs a pitch card. So there was no out there, but at the same time, I think he was just trying to line up something where Bun was trying to get a little greedy and take damage, but like I said, that the Carapace just really changed the game.
Yep. No more Blitz. Is that what he said? I can't read it. We'll have to go back and watch. I couldn't quite see what he wrote. Don't worry, Alan. You're gonna get to play some CC tomorrow. All right, grand finals time. Bun playing Chain against who? Let's find out.
It says no more Blitz format, please.
That's what it wrote. Oh boy. Well, one thing about Blitz format is it's pretty quick. We've been going about 6.5 hours, and the whole event's almost done. There's that.
You know what I've noticed that I'm going to start doing?
Playing with a Whisper of the Oracles playmat?
Definitely not. But a lot of these Hong Kong players have like really small, efficient containers for like carrying their stuff around. Yes. At big US events, it's like everybody has like huge backpacks, right? And I just see like, you know, little bitty bags that you just throw over your shoulder, and like, I don't know. I'm that type of person though. I always like panic when I'm packing for an event. I'm like, but what if I want this card? What if I hear somebody talking and I want this card? And you know, like I end up bringing like, you know, a play set of Arcane Rising and WTR with me. Like,
oh boy. You never know when you're gonna need your yellow rune flush, right?
You never know. You never know.
All right, so our finals are Kano versus Chain or Chain versus Chain. The other side of the bracket hasn't finished yet. There is. Looks like we have Shing playing against somebody on that side. So we could have a Shing Bun finals. And really this just goes to show you just like people you know, crap on Blitz, but who's in the semifinals of this 80-person tournament?
Yep.
The people that got really far at Worlds, the people that, you know, top 16 to Worlds, like good players win. What else to say? All right, so Bun is 8-1 now.
Bun also got 9th place at the Baltimore Calling. So, and he was on Dash for that event. It's unfortunate he was actually the only X and 3 person that didn't make it. So super unfortunate there, but at the same time, what can you do? Actually, X and 2. He went X and 2 at 1,000-person event and got 9th.
The gem gods can be harsh sometimes.
That's a fact. One more match, Josh.
Yeah.
It's almost 3:30.
Gonna sleep like a baby. Other than
I'm gonna sleep.
Hopefully no nightmares about invert existence and carrion husk and plunder running.
You're gonna have a nightmare. It's definitely taking 8 damage from Kano on turn 0.
Yep.
While you have AB3.
Yep.
Insane. All right, chat. Where's everybody watching from? If you're in the US, you're a trooper for staying with us for so long. We appreciate it. Got anybody from Europe? It's probably a pretty convenient time for New Zealand and Australia, right?
Ken just sent me a photo, and somehow Shing has 6 rune chants flying at Kano.
Well, you know all about that.
How did he get 6 rune chants?
Norway. We got listeners in Norway or people watching.
Portland, Oregon, Washington State. Yep. West Coast. Not too late over there, right? Just a little past 1.
The person that's from
And
Norway,
it's a Friday.
is that the same one that was that during the stream? Are you from Oslo? Hampton, Virginia. I used to live right next to Hampton, Virginia. I was in the Navy and I was stationed at Virginia Beach, really close to Hampton. Just woke up 40 minutes ago. That's what I'm talking about. Indonesia.
We got people from all over the world here.
Indonesia. Good to see everybody. Denmark.
10 a.m. Good time for a top 8. That's true. Revel Pop Quill for 6. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. Especially against Kano. So yeah, the grand finals going to be coming up within a couple minutes here. On the other side of the bracket, Chain has lethal on the stack here, and Kano's responding basically. So we're either gonna have another Chain mirror, or we're gonna have Chain versus Kano.
I've actually been to Langley Air Force Base. Wait. We got somebody from Tennessee hanging out with us at 3 a.m.
That's not too far. Hey, it's the weekend, man. there's any time for late night Flesh and Blood, it is Friday, right?
I don't stay up till 3 a.m. on the weekend. I'm too old for that shit.
Once in a while.
Do it. I can't do it.
Once in a while.
Got Malaysia. Hell yeah.
Do we have nobody from Hong Kong here? Or are you guys all at the you're all at the tournament center, right?
Yeah, they're all playing.
All right, they want to change the screens because the phone is very hot. So let's let's go back to our webcams then.
Why not?
All right.
Might even get a little horizontal Nathan.
Yep. Nope. No horizontal Nathan this time. Or not much.
No.
Okay. All right. So let's give you guys some behind the scenes here about how rinky-dink this stream setup is. All right. So I have my laptop here on Discord with Nathan. Also on Discord with Ken, who is in Hong Kong. He has his iPhone hovering above the play area. He has a paper above the...
Horizontal Nathan.
We got horizontal Nathan. Hold on. Oh, no.
Horizontal.
Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay. So 8,000 miles away from us is Ken. Okay, he has his iPhone hovering above the board. Then he has a piece of paper above his iPhone to help reduce the glare. And then he might have like taped some extra papers to the fluorescent lights above to reduce the glare for you guys. And he's streaming it to me on Discord, and then I'm doing all the OBS stuff on the side here. And then I got chat over here. And Nathan and I are actually watching the game vertically. We've spun it around for you guys in OBS. But for Nathan and I, it looks like we're playing against Bud. And
we're doing our best.
Yeah, and the first couple of rounds were rough because I had one of the settings wrong, and oh boy. But we fixed it all eventually. 6 hours, no dropped frames. That's perfect. And
been watching since 9:30. Yeah, we are in top 8 right now. We just concluded the semifinals. We're about to be in the finals.
And I have Ken messaging me on my phone, like telling me what the matchups are and who's playing, and then I have to frantically adjust all the graphics over here while Nathan talks about the matchup, and then try to push it as quick as possible to live. It has been rough, chat. But we're here. And we have everything kind of sorted out for tomorrow, so that's, better every day, as they say.
I played Nathan at an RTN a couple years back, and you're from Tennessee, so I'm assuming. What's the name? Joseph. Were you the Katsu player? Round 1 at the Tennessee RTN that had like the pizza joint in the back?
All right, guys. We have our finals. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's not back yet. Never mind. Transition back. Sorry. Okay.
Transition.
We have our finals. It is first seed Bun playing Chain, currently 8-1, against Sheng playing Chain, also 8-1. 1 seed versus 2 seed. Well, I'm glad I have a Chain expert with me to navigate all these chain things. You know, what year is it, Nathan? Is it 2021 all over again?
Tell you what. I'll tell you what. What a world we live in. Oh, you said chain mirror, so that's like more recent.
No, what
I'm talking about chats. Somebody said they played me in Tennessee, and I'm trying to figure out who it is. Chain mirror.
A couple years ago.
Well, that's what. When they said that, it made me think to the RTN. We.
You were on Dory. You were on Dory.
Correct.
Maybe it wasn't in Tennessee. Did he say it was in Tennessee?
Maybe.
He said he played you in an RTN.
Tennessee.
Yeah. He played you at an RTN. Could have been in Alabama or Georgia.
Yep, could have been.
Ugh.
The good old chain mirror.
Yep.
Gotta love it.
All right.
But that's what our finals are. Our finals are.
Yep. It is, and they're letting the iPhone rest for a little bit. It's overheating.
Sure.
It is pretty hot in Hong Kong, to be fair. But they are indoors, so I'm not sure what. But they are in like a carbon neutral building or something. I don't know. They're in some like super environmentally thing, so maybe they don't crank up the AC to ridiculous amounts. So.
Sure.
But we will have that very soon. Shing going first. Uh-oh. Let's see if he can do what Alan could not. Alan and Shing, teammates, no doubt. Alan probably giving him any advice he can, but I think what Alan and Shing know about the chain mirror is roughly the same. So, there might not be much to be gained. You traveled to Bama. This must be Lucky Dice he's talking about then.
Yep. It's gotta be.
That was when chain mirrors were all the rage.
Well, if it was Lucky Dice and I was playing chain, then it was the one that I won. Should have been. Theoretically.
Lucky Dice Seb won.
I won one.
That was in Georgia.
I'm talking about the one after, or the year after, when Starvo was the thing.
Oh, okay.
That's when I won one with chain. But
cool.
Depends on how far back he's talking about.
Yeah,
we're small world.
We're actually in the part of the game now where we say like, oh, years ago. Jeez.
Years ago.
Oh, he messed up everything again. Horizontal Nathan. All right, there we go. That was pretty quick there. Oh, they're already in game.
Look at that.
Okay. All right.
Boom.
Cool. All right, so Bun is the higher seed. He elected to have Shingo first. And here we are, grand finals time. Winner gets some Mooney and a gold foil. Both of them walking away with PTIs here.
And we have the exact same situation where since Bun is going second, he's running the AB, whereas Shing is running the Husk because he's forced to go first.
Mm-hmm. Art of War in Bun's opening hand here. And it looks like he's just making a shackle and passing priority here. A rune chant shackle pass.
More than likely. I mean, I don't know what else you would. I mean, I guess the question is like, what is What is Bun thinking about?
He would never Art of War on turn 0, right? Like, there's no possible reason to do that.
That hand would have to be do. Like, unplayable bad.
Whoa!
Oh, okay. I see what happened. So he drew all non-attacks is what happened. So, because I see the Revel in his hand. So that's the only reason that you would like justify that line. So Bun understand, just like I mentioned at the beginning of the last chain mirror. If you ever have a turn where you just slip up and you get far behind, then you just lose the game because you fall so far behind. So he decided to reduce that variable by, just
Playing
ditching the
Art of
power card. Yep, because that's the only instance he had the capabilities of playing because he hadn't blocked with an attack to turn on creepers.
Yep.
Um,
Do not try that at home, guys. unless the situation comes up.
Call me crazy though. I still don't think he has an attack.
Oh boy.
I think he drew a plunder run and a captain's call.
Yeah. Let's Revel and a plunder run here on top. And
I don't think Bun has an attack.
And that is oh boy. Well, I mean, that is as bad a start as it gets, right?
Well, I mean, what it does is your only line is to like filter your hand as much as you want and make a rune chant and Rosetta, which basically means Xing starts with tempo and a card in arsenal, right? And that's exactly what's happened. He had double revel
here,
plunder run, and captain's call. And Xing's just trying to keep the life total as high as possible. And I would say that Bun is way on the back foot right now. Way on the back foot.
It's going to arsenal the plunder run here. It's going to have a revel for next turn. He will get a pivot turn, right? So it's not like Xing's going to take him down from 20. So he's going to get a, revel plunder run turn at minimum. But like you said, in terms of tempo, he's very far behind here. And it's only turn 1. I mean, these chain mirrors do not last very long. We got Mob Skies here into bounding with a rune chant here. Rune chant resolves, takes 1. No doubt this bounding is getting blocked in some capacity. Depending on the color, that's going to kind of dictate which armor pieces need to go in front of this. I think something that we're going to have to keep an eye on is who gets better usage out of their spellbound creepers. That's going to kind of dictate. I mean, in theory, it's more likely for Bun to get a little bit better value because he has some AB if he needs to. Oh, Art of War from Arsenal. Ooh. Oh boy. Well, those
and that
there's one Art of War in Banish. He's played one Art of War, so I mean that is as good a scenario here as you can get. This Art of War being massive here, causing the bounding to hit, creating rune chants from the Mob Skies. Revel here. Oh man.
Jeez Louise. He hasn't even shackled yet. And he's got the Riftbind and the Rosetta Thorn.
Yep.
Wow. So that means it gets +1, +1, +1. So that's 6 and 4 arcane.
Yep, quite
and then
nuts
another
here.
4 after. So
Nuts turn here from Shang.
I hate to be a downer, but I mean I'd say Bun's very, very far behind in this game right now.
Yep, and this is one of the only issue, I guess, of Chain is that in the Chain mirror, it's very unforgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And Bun already in single-digit life totals. Shang sitting pretty here with basically full armor and life here. And Bun gonna strike back here. He has a plunder run in arsenal. His shackle misses here. And I don't know what he can do here.
I mean, he's gonna play a big turn, right? And then Shing's just gonna jam the husk on the first thing that represents anything close to 6 attack.
Yep.
To get full value, and then Shing's just gonna pivot to a get every card from your hand strategy because Bun's already down to 6 life. So this is a great example. You got the belittle coming in for a total of 6. This is very huskable. I don't see any reason why you can't, because there's more damage coming. You know that you're going to have to give up the husk this turn more than likely.
Is there an argument to blocking 7 here, just in case the last card in hand is Art of War?
Not really, because if he has Art of War, then he's going to hit anyway. Probably because he's going to be producing so many breakpoints. So I just don't think, and plus with 1 already in the banner zone or the graveyard, I just don't see it worth it. So yeah, that's exactly what I would do, is just throw the husk in front of there, because the turn's going to get a lot wider. And yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. And then we'll have another attack, and then it should follow up with a Revel into a Rosetta Thorn.
Yep. Respectable amount of damage on the crackback here from Bun. I think he's navigated this as best he could, with the turn 0, having to play the Art of War there, and then, his turn 1 not having an attack action card. As you like to say, sometimes Runeblades draw Runeblade hands, and that is part of the variance of playing Runeblade.
And Shing's heavily incentivized to jam the armor and give up 1 card to stop that card draw.
Yep.
Simply off the fact that the reason that Revel is so probable here is that Bun bricked on the all non-attack hand, and he pitched a Revel to swing that Rosetta Thorn. So it's kind of a sign to say, look, I have a card that's in my hand that's better than Revel and Runeblood. And that's only another Revel and Runeblood.
Yep.
So yeah, and there it is. So picking up on those signs are really important. Just understanding the threat in that way, because Shing was able to realize that was a very high probability of being a Revel and Runeblood. Then blocking the 6 there basically denies the arsenal, which is the most important thing. So he gets maximum value there.
Yep. All right, a pretty decent turn in terms of damage output from Bun, but the husk really, really stopping that turn pretty hard. All right, let's see what Shing banishes here. Gonna be a pretty important banish. Minnowism and a plunder run. Looks like no hits there. He's just gonna have to play with the cards from his hand here, of which he has 3 of them, I believe. Nimblism into Shackle here. Oh, he has 4 cards, my bad. And pitching, playing Unhallowed here. And I believe he has a plunder run in his hand.
Yep, that'll just go in arsenal after.
Yep. Just basically ripping some cards here from Bun, saying, yeah, with 2 or 3 cards, you're not going to threaten 11 damage, and then I'm going to get a plunder run turn off.
And the problem here is just Bun's so far on the back foot at 6 life with, Xing presenting this much damage that you're gonna be able to get at least 2 to 3 cards, and then if Bun's shackle starts hitting, then he'll literally just wither away on blood debt, right? Kind of like the old Leviathan symptom, basically. Um, which is highly probable because he's went through so many non-attack actions that there's a very good chance that when Bun starts throwing the shackles down, that they will be hits.
Yep. All right. Couple damage leaked there. Bun filtering his hand a little bit. Rosetta coming across here for 2 and 2. Gonna demand a card here for the armor.
And this is very interesting because Bun has blocked down to where he only has 2 non-attacks in hand. So he's basically saying, look, I'm putting the match on banishing a non-attack, or banishing an attack with blood debt.
Yep.
Which, when you're so far behind, is probably absolutely the best play. I think he's even thinking about, do you risk? He could pitch the blue minnowism here, and say, all right, I really just have to get a bounding off of the top, but he's not going to risk it that much. But if he doesn't banish an attack here, we'll just see him throw in the hand for the handshake and call it a day.
All right. Most important 2 shackles here. Ghostly Visit, Swarming Gloomveil here. Does have an attack.
All right.
Nimblism into Shackle into Ghostly Visit. Going to come across here for 7. And then he's going to present a Rosetta Thorn, so could be worse. Xing is going to have to give him some cards here.
Rosetta Thorn just is so lethal in these situations because, when your opponent's at 2, whether they have AB2 or not, it's still 2 different instances of damage that require 2 cards to block with. So if he can, in any way, which we know he has a Plunder Run in Arsenal, and with the chain ability being what it is, we know that he can swing Rosetta Thorn, which will get every single card, which means Bun will probably just die to blood debt on the following turn, more than likely, or at least go to 1. Even if he does AB, and that's assuming no breakpoints, right? So I think Xing has this one just about all but locked up.
Throwing a couple cards in front of this. Gonna drop down to 3 here. And
there is the double invert play, so they have to be mindful of that.
If Bun draws double invert here, then he channeled his inner Dennis. Oh man! All right, Shadow versus Ghostly Visit here.
He drew 1 invert, but
boy.
I don't think that that's going to be enough, and it'll probably just be pitched to stop Arcane.
Little reveal, swarming, finding Minnow.
This turn just looks a little too wide.
Yep. Especially with the Plunder Run here, it's just can't even afford to leak a damage here. Plunder Run from Arsenal. And Minnow into Shadow Averser here. Throwing in 8 here, and he knows he's dead to the follow-up. Well played there from Xing. So Xing is the 2023 Hong Kong Battle-Hearted champion. Well played from him. Well fought from Bun as well. Both of them had an excellent day. But the shackles just fell where they were, and the top 7 cards of Bun's deck did not treat him very well in the first couple turns of the game. All right.
This is actually a great example. One quick point. When I talked about each hand meaning more in Blitz than it does in CC, if this situation was to happen in the classic constructed format, you have more turn cycles to kind of even out the value to possibly get back to a more winnable state.
Yep.
Whereas in Blitz, there just isn't enough time to recover from that hand that we saw Bun draw turn 1.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Well played. All right. So let's go back to our cameras and do a little wrap up. And let's see here. Oh man, one more time I have to do it correctly. Oh no. Hi, non-video participants. There we go. All right. Okay. Overall, pretty good day. Oh no, it messed up again. Okay. No, okay, it's back. Oh my god, this is. Let me tell you guys how. Oh my god, it's messed up again.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So doing production and commentating at the same time is tough. Who would have known? Okay. All right. Thank you guys for joining us for today's tournament. It has been a long road, but we finished our journey. Congrats to Shing. He is the Battle-Hardened champion. Tomorrow, I know a lot of you guys are like, Josh, Nathan, I don't want to watch Blitz. Well, have we got a show for you tomorrow? Classic Constructed. 7 rounds of Classic Constructed tomorrow with a cut to top 8. Featuring some of the finest players in the world. Coverage starts at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, which is conveniently
same
9:30.
Time as this one.
9:30 a.m. Hong Kong time. And Nathan and I will be there to bring you that one. It's 3:30 in the morning. I think we better go to bed before we lose our minds.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Any last shout-outs to say?
No, big shout-out. I highly doubt Ethan Mansan is still watching, but thanks. Yeah,
thanks for helping us.
Thanks so much for the fix. For those of you who don't know, we were having some latency issues at the beginning, and he was like, oh, in like 30 seconds, he was like, oh yeah, change the setting in YouTube. It's probably from Nathan's streams. And then bam, it literally fixed everything. So huge shout out to Ethan. Saved the stream almost. And yeah, really do appreciate it.
All right. This has been Josh Lau, Nathan Crawford from TheCardGuyz. Big shout out to Homerun, a fabulous card shop in Hong Kong, for hosting the Battle-Hardened. If you are in Hong Kong, check them out. They're in Prince Edward, right, very close to the MTR station. All right, time to go to bed, my friend.
Yep, I agree.
All right, good night, chat. Hope you have a good evening, night, morning, afternoon, day.
Whatever applies.
Whatever applies. Bye-bye.